when we last left off, you guys, you're sitting in the Fort Knucklebone, um, and it seems like it's a bunch of weirdos here. You met Mickey, you healed his foot, you got Barnabas's tooth back from the Mad Caps and Red Caps. You met the two crows, which were slash imps, pins and needles. And it seems as though all of these guys in the camp are behesting you with little AB favors here and there. You even helped Chonka and Clonk repair one of the infernal war machines. So what I'm going to do is, Andy, write down on your character sheet somewhere, you have a plus, no, we're going to say you have advantage on all future repairs of a infernal hell machine.
Okay. Okay, so
Eric, as long as you're wearing the ring, you have a +2 to your roll for exhaustion only when it comes time for exhaustion rolls in Avernus.
Okay.
Allie, you will have a +1 because of your fire resistance.
okay.
Eric's getting a +2 because his is coming from a magical nature, whereas yours is coming from inherent. What race are you, Allie? You're celestial, right?
I'm an Asimar, but my fire resistance comes from that shield.
Ah, then you get a +2 as well.
Okay.
I also have fire resistance because I'm attuned to my frost breath.
I'll give you a +2 as well. Tom, we gonna do a hat trick? You got any fire resistance items?
No, not on me.
All right.
I am immune to be charmed, though.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is the heat and wind and sand and.
I also get half my proficiency bonus rounded down, added to any skill checks.
Well, there you go.
So you're
Right.
set.
I actually think I may have taken them off of there. Give me 1 second. Let me put them back.
So that's I'm at +2 to the exhaustion.
Yeah, when making the, what is that, a Constitution saving throw?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not all Constitution saving throws, though.
That particular one, though.
No,
it's,
just that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to the one.
It's like concentration checks.
Yeah.
Oh, concentration checks. Okay.
well, it's lack.
Okay. All right. So I know.
Okay, and I had one question from the last session with my keen mind. When we got to look in the old lady's room, did I see anything that made me think she might be an arcane caster?
Give me 1 moment.
Lord.
She should be an arcane caster. She's a hag.
Technically speaking. Come on, hurry up.
She's a witch. Burn her! Burn her! She's a witch. She weighs as much as a duck.
Get out of my head.
Let me find Maggie's stat block, but I'm almost positive that she is an arcane caster. You pull out my DMG. I mean my. My Connids.
The chief actuary of the Social Security Administration just released an analysis of Trump's planned cuts to Social Security.
So yeah, she's she's an arcane caster.
Okay. Just so I can decide whether I want to attempt to trade spells sometime. There's a couple I want since I haven't been able to pick any yet.
Okay. At last, I believe the last thing you had done was spoken with pins and needles. It was morning. You had just woken up and gotten something to eat.
Well, I think over the night we were supposed to, I was supposed to go and mess with all the red caps to cause a big hullabaloo for pins and needles to get them to, or did that already happen and I'm just...
No, I don't believe it happened. You fucked with them once to get whatchamacallits back.
Yeah.
'Cause I think when we left off, we were sitting down eating, and Lo was letting us know what he found out as far as, you know, the different machines and everything.
Okay.
That's what I have written down, what Lo knows. So that's, I think, where we left off.
Okay. So we're gonna say it's about 11 in the morning-ish. You woke up, ate, talked to pins and needles, talked to Lo. What do you guys want to do?
So do we have a long rest?
Yes, you did get your long rest.
So does that get rid of my exhaustion level, or does that stay?
When you click on long rest, oh, you're not using Beyond, are you?
Yeah, I am.
Oh,
Yeah.
are you? Well, I
Yeah.
believe when you click on long rest, it alters your exhaustion levels.
Automatically adjust it for you.
When you click on long rest, there's a second box you have to click that recover 1 level of exhaustion during this rest if you had food and drink. So you have to click on that and then click take long rest.
There you go. Thank you, Eric.
You're welcome. I've been exploring.
There it goes.
So did I mess with the red caps that night?
Not yet. You talked to pins and needles.
Right. And the deal was that I messed with them that night, that I did something that night that would cause them to lose their shit in the morning.
You're on the same day.
Yeah, we're eating before bed.
It's like 11 in the morning.
Oh,
Wait,
okay. I thought
what did
exploring.
we do?
When you guys woke up, you went and talked to pins and needles, and then you guys went to the mess tent, and that's when one of them, Chunk or Clunk, came and talked to you, Andy, right?
No, what happened was we got up, we slept the first day, one day. We got up, we explored the whole camp.
Yep.
He messed with the red caps.
Yep.
We went and talked to pins and needles. And then you said the day was about over. So
Oh,
we
we're
went to
on
have
the
our
same
eating
day.
meal.
Okay. So
Yeah.
I could have swore we were on day 2 already. You guys slept in the tent.
Yeah, we slept the first night.
I thought you went back there a second night.
We did right at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We were heading to go to bed right at the end of last session.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's where we'll pick up.
And then Andy was going to sneak out and do his thing,
Tom?
or Tom, yeah. And we were discussing whether or not I should use my arcane eye to keep an eye on him in case he needs help, depending on how, what level of chaos he was going to do that might violate my alignment.
This is
But he
Alvin.
assured me that he wasn't going to, so the plan will be that I use my arcane eye.
Okay. So, with the exception of Tom, what are the rest of you doing? Are you guys gonna go turn in?
I'm gonna go turn in. I'm hoping Lulu's gonna go turn in too.
Lulu's following you.
I'm gonna go turn in, and while we're getting ready for bed, I'm going to show everybody my new tail and say, what the heck am I gonna do with this?
Very interesting, Gordon. It could come in handy.
Hey, if you practice hard enough, you might be able to like develop some sort of dexterity to hold a blade with it or something. That'd be kind of cool.
Lo, what are you gonna be doing?
While Tom's slipping out, I guess I'm gonna set at the door to the sleeping area, kind of attune, kind of, just kind of sit there and chill for a bit. And when Tom comes back, I'll probably go on in and crack. I'm just kind of sitting there.
Okay. All right, Tom.
All right. First things first. In the tent, I'm going to go invisible. And I'm going to be like, who's the biggest character that we have? I'm going to be like, Allie, what is your character's name?
Hilaria.
Ilaria. Ilaria. Go outside for a minute.
Okay. All right. So I walk outside.
As she goes out, I'm going to put my hand on her back, get really close so that the curtains don't even hit me.
Okay.
So it looks like just she came out and nobody else.
Okay.
And then I'm going to sneak across the yard into the cave.
All right. No roll necessary. You're invisible.
And
I go back into sleep.
I'm looking for like all the red caps to be going to bed.
All right, Allie, what was that? What are you doing?
I'm going back in and going to sleep.
Okay.
Thank you.
And just to finalize mine, my arcane eye, since he's invisible, so I can't follow him, I'd probably go right into where the red caps sleep and just keep an eye on the area because I can't see him and what he's doing.
Is an arcane eye a...
It's invisible.
You create an invisible magical eye with a range that...
Enough. That's all I needed. All I needed. Give me 1 second, Tom.
Yep.
This is going to be one of those spells that has an effect, I believe.
All right, so Tom, you walk in and you notice that the area is pretty quiet. You hear snoring and giggles, like half dream giggles.
All right.
But you notice there are one or two still awake, moving around. Not all of them are in their beds.
Are they moving? Are they acting like they're moving towards bed, or are they just, up and at them?
Just around. Kind of like they're almost on guard duty.
Okay. I'm going to. Where are they? Are they like set up like sentries?
No, they're walking around. You got one over here. And I thought I had a second one out. Oh, you just got one walking around over there.
Okay. Well, if I remember correctly, the beds were all around the kind of the outside ring of this area.
Yeah, you can see the beds.
So like up against the wall. So what I want to do is I want to go behind the war machines and starting on let's see, starting on this side over here, I'll make my way around the outside of it, and as I come to the first group of red caps, I want to look and see which one has the cleanest hat.
Where you're at, you only see one. At the first bed you've come to by the dinosaur-looking machine,
Yeah.
you only see one bed there.
Okay. Is his hat clean, or is it pretty black, or is it pretty red?
It looks pretty red and bloody.
Okay.
You know this one's called a mad cat. They're a little more insane than the red caps, but they're all insane.
Well, you were saying that some of them were dipping their hats into the ichor. Does this one look like it has ichor all over it?
Yes. It's a mad cat.
Okay, I'm going to skip it.
Okay. Do you go around in front or behind the dinosaur?
I'll go around behind the dinosaur.
Okay. You get to two more bedrolls. One of them's occupied.
All right, does this one have a red or black cap?
It's not soaked in ichor.
Okay, I'm going to snatch that one.
All right.
Lift it off of his head.
Roll sleight of hand, please.
Too bad, not too bad at all. Sleight of hand, that's going to be a 16.
Hold on, let me pull up there. Let me pull up their stat blocks. Oh, I got them in this book. They are one of the few things in the DIA book.
Is it going to take you a second? Because I can go get coffee.
Nope, I'm good. Okay, so you're able to get it off him.
All right, so I'm going to take that one, and then I'm going to sneak back to the one with black on it. I'm going to use that red one, kind of like oven mitts, and kind of peel off the one from the black one. I should probably also like go ahead and just make sure that I have some gloves on. as well.
Do you have gloves?
I don't know. It doesn't say I have gloves.
Then you don't have gloves.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'll use that like some oven mitts and go ahead and take it off.
All right. Roll me another sleight of hand. Roll it and let's see what you come up with. I don't want to unduly penalize you, but using a hat over your hand, you know what I'm saying?
Well, it's like a hot pad. That is going to be a. We're going to take a lucky on that. Yeah, that's much better. That's a 17 rolled plus 4, so 21.
Okay. Yeah. You're reaching over with the oven mitt, and the oven mitt, you're just not used to manipulating your hand like that, and the hat starts sliding off of your hand, and you see it falling towards the face of the red cap, and you get the madcap, and you get extremely lucky and snatch the oven mitt back up and pull it back onto your hand. This time you're holding it on your hand, and you reach over and you gently pull that hat off the madcap.
All right, so I'm gonna use this same technique to basically remove the hats of all of the madcaps as I sneak around to each one of them. Now that I got a little bit of practice on me.
Okay. So now you have two hats on you, a red one and a black one.
All right, so I'll go back around the dinosaur, go around the next one.
All right. How long's invisibility last?
An hour.
Okay.
And about I didn't have to walk very far to get here.
No.
So I would be keeping an eye on the amount of time that it's taking.
Yeah, it's only been about 10 minutes so far. You're doing good.
Because I got more spell slots. I'm not worried about that. I'll go to the next one and try to take its hat.
All right.
If it's a red hat, then I'm just gonna go ahead and slide it off.
Hold on, I'm gonna tell you right now. All right, so that one's cap is black as well.
All right, so I'll use the being aware of the issues that I had with the hat the first time. I'm gonna, make sure that I'm not doing any of those things as I go ahead and very carefully pull this thing off.
All right.
Do you want me to roll?
What are you doing with the black hat you're currently holding with the red hat?
I'm setting it down. I'm making a pile.
Okay. Go ahead and roll sleight of hand.
Nat 20 plus 4.
Okay, you're able to pull that one off the madcap's head.
All right, and I'll set it with the other one and then kind of use the red one to move on to the next.
Did you see where you were?
No.
Top left. I'm blinking you in and out.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's it.
I'm keeping track of you invisible.
No worries.
All right. Hopefully that one madcap on patrol didn't see you flashing just then.
I'm like Coach Bilbo with the ring, like just making a last decision as to whether or not it wants to accept a new master.
All right, so you get to this one, and he is a red cap.
All right, so I'll go ahead and very carefully slide that one off without using the hat glove.
Roll sleight of hand.
That is cocked. Still cocked. Okay, 9. Plus 4, that's going to be 13.
All right. So you're sliding this one off his head, and it gets stuck a little between a rock and his head, and you hear him go, no, no money, no. And he rolls back over, and you're able to get the hat out.
I make a look with my face and my butthole that is the exact same look of just complete puckering. And yeah, so I'll sandwich the black hats in with the red hats and go to the next section.
All right, make sure you're keeping track of how many reds and how many blacks you're collecting.
Yeah, right now I got 2 and 2.
All right. All right, you're at the next one.
All right. How many? Is it just one bed?
Just one bed there, and you've got 1, 2, 3 more to go.
Okay, so yeah. All right, so I will go ahead and actually, is this one a red or a black hat?
Give me 1 second. He is a black cat. Mad cat.
All right, I'm going to skip him and head on down to this one down here to see if someone's in this one.
All right. All right. So I'm going to say this because this is quite amazing, really. I'm using a D12, and I'm in my head, 6 and below is red, 7 and higher is black. So far, I've rolled nothing but 12s and 1s. That's 4 rolls, 2 12s, 2 1s. The dice doesn't want to go in the middle anywhere. All right, so this one is a red cat.
All right. I'll go ahead and very carefully take his cap off.
Sleight of hand.
19.
All right, yeah, you're able to get it off. And he snores and rolls over and says, Chihuahuas are yummy.
I'll sneak down to the next one.
All right. Hey, look at that. An 11. It's a black cat.
All right, I'll do the thing. This time, I'll take my hands and I'll have 2 gloves this time.
Okay.
14.
All right, so you go to reach down, and when you open your lobster claws, you think maybe this wasn't the best course of action because now you can't grab at either one to keep it from sliding off, and you lose one of them to the ground, and it falls with a soft, real soft noise. No noise that woke him up, but you drop that one red one, and you're able to reach over real quick and grab the other hand and keep it from falling, and you're able to pull that one, the black cap, off his head, and you recover the other red cat.
All right. Now I got 3 and 3. Do I see that these beds down here are full with madcaps?
There is one bed occupied.
Okay. And where's that one that was walking around?
He's over by the dinosaur now.
Okay. Yeah, I'll sneak over to that last one and
a 1 again. It's red.
All right, I'll go ahead and sneak off his hat.
I need to remember this dice because I don't ever want to use it for a damage roll because I could get a 12, but I'm just as equally chance to getting a 1.
Well, I got a 14 for taking that hat off.
All right. So you're able to get it off, and when you pull it off his head, you notice that there's some kind of white stuff on his hand, and when you pull it off, he reaches up and slaps his head like something itched him, and there's a white smear all over his face, and his hand pulls away.
All right. So now I'm going to take all 4 red caps and 3 black caps, and I'm going to head back over to the one whose hat I did not take.
All right, he's at the very top of the cavern.
Yeah.
All right.
So I'm going to take all of those caps.
Did we lose air?
I think he changed it to an eye because he's watching it.
No, I'm an arcane eye, so I just changed.
Gotcha.
Does he have like personal items or anything anywhere?
Roll investigation.
$17.
You see he's got a pouch. It looks like a belt pouch, but he has it tied to one of his toggles on his jerkin,
Gotcha. And he's just like
which is little more than like linen cloth that's beat up and torn.
All right, but he doesn't have like a sleeping bag or a backpack or anything like that.
No, he's sleeping on a pile of rags.
All right, I'm going to.
All the beds you've seen are pretty much just piles of rags smeared with oil, probably. They're probably used rags that Chonka and Clonk, when they're working on the machinery, probably just throw around after they wipe their oil off their feathered hands.
All right, I'm going to take one of the hats. One of the black hats. I'm going to slide that underneath his rags.
Okay.
Leave it kind of open so that people can see it.
All right. Roll sleight of hand.
20, not natural.
Okay. Yeah, you're able to.
No, 17. My investigation would have been 20.
Gotcha. So yeah, you're able to get it under the bedding with the tip of it sticking out.
All right. The rest of them, I'm going to take with me and take them out to what's his name? Barnabas's tent. I want to be on the outside of Barnabas's tent. And I want to kind of slide him underneath the tent into his tent.
All right, so you slide the package of hats under Barnabas's tent. Roll me a sleight of hand.
That's a 14.
All right, give me 1 second. Okay. All right, so you hear some kind of noise in Barnabas's tent. What's your passive perception? Yours is 19. So yeah, you hear what the deuce?
All right, now I'm going to go over to the that infernal war machine that's kind of between both of us.
Okay.
No, I don't think that's going to work. Actually, I want to look around. Is anybody seeing me?
You're still invisible.
Okay, I'm going to kind of get where I can't see anybody, so nobody has line of sight on me.
Okay, where would that be?
Well, I don't know exactly. I'm looking around to see, just to make sure. I don't know if there are guards on the walls or anything. Or if
Well, there's watchtowers up at the front of the compound that you know about. And there's red caps and mad caps wandering around out here.
Yeah, so basically I want to get to where none of the red caps or mad caps are going to see me and be looking at me, where no one's going to be looking at me. And I'm going to cast Dimension Door to pop into our tent.
All right.
All right, now that I'm in our tent, I'm going to find a locked chest. And if not, I have a locked bag, a magically locked bag.
Okay, you'll have to use your magically locked bag. There's no chest in here.
Okay.
Just beds and chairs.
I'm going to cast Knock on it.
Okay.
So it unlocks. And then I'm just going to close it back up and put it up. But when it unlocks, it lets off a sound like gunfire. That should wake all those red caps up in that.
So why does this bag make noise like gunfire?
Spell.
It's part of the spell.
What, the knock spell?
Yeah.
I didn't know knock made noise.
Yep.
Okay.
I can search it and read you the exact text for you.
Yeah, read it for me. I didn't know knock made that loud of a noise.
Use an object you can see within range. The object can be a door, box, chest, a set of manacles, a padlock, or another object that contains a mundane magical or magical means that prevents access. A target that is held shut by mundane lock, or that is stuck or barred, becomes unlocked, unstuck, or unbarred. If the object has multiple locks, only one of them is unlocked. If you choose the target that is held shut with an arcane lock, that spell is suppressed for 10 minutes, during which time the target can be opened and shut normally. When you cast the spell, a loud knock, audible from as far away as 300 feet, emanates from the target object.
Okay.
So 300 feet.
So it's
Yeah, but able to be heard at 30 yards away.
okay.
There's
So
one bang, I assume.
mm, um,
I mean, if that's not the case, I'll just use prestidigitation.
so
I wanted to make a loud bang, so I'll just never mind. I'll just use.
when you cast your spell, it's too late. You've already done it. When you cast your spell, you feel the magic, the energy kind of warp and twist. It might just be Avernus. In fact, you're pretty sure it's Avernus that's doing it. Instead of a loud knock, you hear a loud scream emit. And outside, huh?
That's even better.
Uh-huh.
Outside, you hear, "Who's dying? I want to watch. I want to watch. Where are they at?" And you hear the pitter patter of little feet running everywhere through the camp. You also hear rather large feet stomping through the camp. All right. Anything else?
No. Did I hear anything? Do I hear anything about the hats missing?
You hear lots of laughing, lots of running around. Every now and then you'll hear the sound of something small. Kind of sounds like someone's running, like a little small creature's running and trips and falls and curses and gets back to their feet. But, I mean, you'd probably be pretty sure it'd be hard to hear anything that might be going on in the cave.
All right. Well, I'll ask Robert if he sees anything in the cave.
Do I see anything in the cave?
Your arcane eye's still in there?
Yeah, until something else. I mean, I don't know what I saw during all of this because I couldn't follow him because he's invisible.
All right, so the arcane eye doesn't pick up sound, so it's kind of just like the sight is all you're getting. But you're sitting there looking around, and you're watching the one guy walk around on guard duty, and then you see him like perk up and look towards the cave opening and start what looks like laughing maniacally. And you see him start skipping and clapping his hands. And as you're watching him do that, you see other creatures stirring in their little hovel bed rolls, whatever you want to call them, rag, and you see almost all of them wake up and start like putting their hands on their heads, and you don't hear any sound, but you can tell that they're screaming and jumping to their feet and looking around, and you watch as one sees one without a hat, and they both start like pointing at the bald head and laughing of the other one, and then they realize they don't have their hat, and they start like running around looking everywhere for their hat, and every now and then you'll see two running around and not paying attention where they're going and run into each other, fall down backwards, and spring up onto their butts, staring right eye to eye with each other, and they point and laugh at the other one's bald head, and then they go, where's my hat? So this goes on for a good 30, 40 seconds, just complete idiotic mayhem of these creatures running around and pointing at each other. One of them, which was the guard, is just standing there, skipping but not moving. He's just standing in place, and he's pointing at all of them. And I mean, it looks like he's lost it. He's just like completely gaga, over the moon, insane with happiness at the chaos around him. And you see towards the back of the cavern, one of the madcaps wakes up and he sees what's going on around him, and he reaches up and you see him kind of sink with relief, and then he jumps to his feet and starts dancing. And while he's dancing, he kicks his bedroll, and his bedroll kind of flops over. And what are their perceptions?
Look at Tom lean forward.
Not good. Oh, okay. You see two of them standing nearby, pointing at the one with the hat, and he's laughing and pointing at them, and you don't really see it because they're facing away from your arcane eye, but you kind of see their head tilt down towards his bedding. And at that point, you see two of them raise their hands over their heads, and one reaches down to his belt and pulls this like little itty bitty sickle looking weapon. And he goes running at the one that still has his hat. And you see him, Superman, jump in the air and bring the sickle down, and it digs into the one's neck with the hat. And as he lands, you see him rip the hat off his head and pick it up high, and you see his head fly back and his mouth open wide, and you can't hear it, so you're assuming he's screaming in ecstasy that he has a fucking hat. And he rips it down onto his head and starts skipping through the cave and pointing at all the ones that are still running around without their hats.
And is it at this point where Tom asks me what's going on, or?
Yeah, about this point.
While holding my concentration and watching this atrocity, I say, I think your ruse worked. Whoever, the one wearing the hat is now dead.
Did he straight up kill him?
The body's laying. Well, Eric, you see the body laying on the ground, twitching in its death rolls. And while you're telling Tom this, you're holding your concentration, so you're kind of like in two places at once. You're trying to be where you're at and talking to Tom. So watching the events is kind of like secondary place. But you see that the two with hats, the one that was on patrol and the one that just killed the other one for his hat, you see them standing about in the middle of the cavern, and you see the rest of the madcaps forming a circle and walking around towards these two, and you see a whole plethora of these little weapons come into their hands, like little sickles, and it looks like a fight of chihuahuas that have rooster talons. I mean, there's just blood and clothing flying everywhere in this dog pile. And you see one hand shoot up with a hat, and then you see a sickle fly and chop that hand off, and you see the hat falling to the ground. And before the hat can hit the ground, you see another hand reach up, grab it, and you see one break away from the dog pile, slam it onto his head, and start running towards the door to the cave, mouth of the cave. And as he's running, you see three of them run towards him, and they all leap at the same time at dog pile on the back of him. And you see weapons coming down on top of this guy, and you see a hand raise up with a hat, and that guy starts running, and the other two run and tackle him. Well, needless.
I'm cutting concentration. I'm like, whatever you did, I think they're all going to kill each other.
Oh dear, not quite the plan, but that should work out. I'm going to. I want to leave the tent now that all that's going on, and I want to go find pins and needles.
All right. So it's about 11 at night now. It's getting pretty late, but you just feel as being tired because the sun doesn't work in this place. It's just always illuminated. But yeah, pins and needles are still sitting on the fence over there. And when you walk up, you see the two looking at each other and talking, and then they both watch you approach. And Needle says, "We saw you. We saw you go in. We hear what's going on in there. Thank you. Don't know what you did, but thank you. Sounds quite diabolical in there." The other one chirps in.
Well, I told you I'd bring chaos. My part of the deal is met.
Yes, it is. Thank you. Give me 1 second. And what did they say they would do for you? They said they would they would talk to Maggie on your behalf, right?
There was something like that, and it was just they were going to Yeah, give me like favorable. Maybe it was just get us in Maggie's favor.
I believe that was it. It was Maggie's favor.
Okay. Um,
Or there was some other contract that they were talking about. I can't remember, but they didn't really go into any other thing besides Maggie's favor.
okay. So they Needles tells you that he'll talk to Maggie and see what he can do about making sure she treats you decent. And they both start giggling and cawing, and it sounds kind of demonic in nature. Not sounds you would expect coming from normal crows.
All right, and yeah, I'll just head back to the tent and take my long rest now.
Okay. All right.
I
So
say a prayer for Tom's soul. Go to bed also.
as you're on your way to your tent, you see a green skull floating in and out of the tent next to yours. And each trip inside, he seems to be like holding something in his mouth and moving towards the back of a infernal war machine parked between the cave and the tent. And you see a small little pile of red and black. And you see him shoot a green flame at the pile of cloth. And you see him kind of like pop up above the infernal war machine, and the head spins around real quick, looking around. And then the skull sinks down close to the ground and whips real quick right back into his tent.
So he burned all the hats.
My name is blah, blah, blah. You stole my tooth. You lose your hat.
Oh, awesome. I couldn't imagine that going any better. Unless they all attacked Barnabas too.
Well, Barnabas actually saw the hats being slid under.
Oh, gotcha.
And he said when he saw it happening, he was like, what the deuce? And if he had eyes, they would have just shot open wide. And he thought that one of the red caps was playing a trick on the other red caps and trying to set him up to get his teeth stolen again. So he disposed of the hats very, very quickly. He was not expecting someone from your party to set him up. So,
I really wasn't trying to set him up as much as just like hide the evidence as well as possible. But I wasn't about to put him in Maggie's tent. That would have just been begging trouble, and same with our tent. Didn't really have anywhere else to put him.
well, Barnabas is, what's the word? Secondary co-conspirator. Co-conspirator.
It works out.
All right. So you slip back in your tent, and what do? You going to bed?
I'm gonna cast Lehman's Tiny Hut and go to bed.
All right. Will it fit in this tent, or will it rip the tent apart? I mean, I'll let you do it, but I'm not going to be responsible if the tent, like,
Yeah. No. I don't have them. I'll just go to sleep instead.
All right. All right. So everyone's asleep now, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
All right, so go ahead and mark off your long rest. It's now day 3.
All right. That was quite entertaining.
Yes.
Something tells me we'll have to clean out that cave with a squeegee.
Yeah.
I'm wondering how many red and black caps we have left in the morning.
There were quite a bit of them.
Yes, but there's only 2 hats left, right?
Well, everyone that was outside the cave didn't lose their hat.
Oh, okay. But inside the cave, it's possible that there will only be 2 left.
Possible. You weren't watching, so you don't know.
I couldn't anymore.
I wasn't. and my character's just like, well, I didn't expect it to be that bad.
Well, on the plus side, I think you're good because I'm intelligent enough to know that them killing each other over hats is their own fault.
Yeah. Well,
It's
I mean,
not-
me as a character, yeah, or me as a player, totally expected them to kill each other over hats. My character, he was just like, well, they seem to fight over hats. So, maybe if I take their hats and kind of hide them around, then it'll cause them to, just go crazy and fight for a while. Not expecting that they're going to pull out weapons and kill each other over the hats.
I thought you were going to trade the black with the reds, give them all an identity crisis.
I just thought stealing the hats would, make them a little more aggressive and interesting to the devils.
So when I get up in the morning, I give Tom a wink and say we should probably fill the party in on what just happened in case we have to face some consequences.
So I'm just gonna let them know. Just be like, yeah. So they had a battle. They're killing each other over hats. I don't know how these hats went missing, but it happened at the same time that I had to go take a dump and I didn't want anyone to see me, so I snuck out invisible and I pooped in Barnabas's shoes. I don't know why a skull has shoes, but I figured it was a good idea to poop in them. So yeah.
Sack. I roll an insight check on what he's saying.
All right. Roll a performance, Tom.
I'm gonna use a lucky point on that.
Wouldn't it be deception?
Roll.
No, because you don't know he's being deceitful. Not just yet, you don't.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. They're both the same. So that's a 21.
Rolled a 22.
What'd you roll, Allie?
22.
All right, Tom, roll deception with disadvantage.
Oh,
All right, I rolled an 18 and a 19. Plus 9.
Allie, you're kind of sure he might be fabricating everything he's saying, but he's so damn convincing you want to believe it. I mean, it just sounds too absurd to be fabricated. I mean, It's like if someone were going to lie, wouldn't they come up with something
Better.
better than this? So, I mean, you have your doubts, but what
Okay.
you've heard seems plausible.
Okay.
And Allie's a co-conspirator. She opened the door for him.
All right, so we're all awake.
But yeah, just so we're clear, we had nothing to do with that whole red cap thing. We just saw it happen.
I was
I-
asleep.
I think we need to go to breakfast.
So I don't know anything.
Okay.
Somewhere in my mind, there is a small crack because I have just learned minorly to appreciate Tom's chaos. It was amusing.
So, you're going to breakfast, Eric?
Yeah, I stand up, suggest that we all go to breakfast.
Okay. So,
Not a bad idea.
you all go to the mess tent. And you're standing in front of the mess tent, and you see the little red cap that's in the kitchen tent preparing food, and you see a pot off to the side. Tom, you're the only one that kind of notices it because of your perception ability. You're watching as the red cap kind of looks over his shoulder and sees you, and his eyes widen, and you see what looks like a small little tiny hand being pushed down with a ladle into this pot. And he kind of like turns back around slowly, and he taps the ladle on the side of the pot and puts the cover back on it, and goes over to the other side of the tent where it looks like there's a hell boar being butchered, and he grabs some bacon and some other meats. All of them look like they come from a pig, but he throws a few plates on the table.
I'm gonna look at Lo and I'm gonna be like, I think the stew's for you.
So you take your plates and you go over to the mess tent where you find Chonka and Clonk sitting there eating. And when you guys sit down and begin your meal, Clonk goes, excitement, lots of excitement last night. Many red, and madcaps died. Quite interesting. Pins and needles told me. Don't worry, I won't tell Maggie. And you hear kind of like thud, and then you see him like lean forward, and you're pretty sure that he just got kicked in the shin under the table by his fellow friend. And Long says, today Maggie says she comes to you. Don't wander off too far. Maggie's almost done. The spell's almost ready. Keep Lulu close to you. Stay together.
And look at Lulu and say, Are you excited to maybe get your memory back?
She looks over at you, and then she looks up at Illyria, and she kind of looks at the ground. She's like, I wish I could remember if they're good memories or bad. But we need the sword. And somewhere she reaches up her trunk and taps the top of her head. She goes, somewhere in here, it's going to tell me where the sword is.
Out of character, do you, or with my knowledge of my abilities, if I tried to read Lulu's mind, is there any way I could find out if something hidden there is good or bad, or no? I don't know how it works, so that's why I'm asking.
So if you're reading someone's mind, you're basically reading their thoughts. So you can only read what someone's actually thinking. It's like trying to read a killer's mind, but if that killer isn't thinking about his deeds at that moment in time,
yeah, it's not like psychic surgery. You can't
it's
dig
not
in.
psychic surgery. You can't pick up on things that aren't on the surface layer of thought.
Well, that's why I asked.
No, you would know that if something traumatic happened to Lulu and the memories are truly locked and lost, your spell would not recover those.
Okay.
You have heard spells out in the world that can do it, but they're very, very, very costly and time consuming. It doesn't surprise you at all that Maggie's taken so long to try to prepare a spell for this.
Well, in that case, I try to comfort Lulu, saying, do not worry, I will stay by your side while this is happening in case they are traumatic memories.
And I tell her the same thing. I comfort her too.
She kind of like nuzzles both of you with her trunk. All right, so you guys get done with your breakfast, and you're sitting there and you're talking with Chonka and Clonk, and they're kind of talking on their own without you about different weapons and components for the infernal war machines. What do you guys want to do?
I'm going to pull out one of my backup book and prepare for later. I'm going to write out a list of my spellbook spells. And I guess just hang out with the party until we get told that they're ready.
So we're talking to Chonga and Clonk right now?
Well, you were during breakfast. Now you're all just sitting there. You guys are talking amongst yourselves, and you hear Chonka and Clonk talking amongst themselves about different upgrades for the infernal war machines and different armaments and shit.
So which one of the infernal war machines that you guys have here is the most powerful?
Give me 1 second.
They all seem to have different abilities.
Chonka says, yes, yes, yes. All different. All different. The Devil's Ride. Small, small, fast. 2 wheels. No weapons. Just very, very fast.
What about their fuel efficiency?
You butter the bread on.
They look at each other, and you see looks of puzzlement on their face, which is kind of hard to pick out because they have bird faces. So a lot of the muscles are under feathers, and if you're not that race, it's kind of hard to make out their true facial expressions. But they look like they're quite a bit confused, and then they both turn their head back slowly towards you and say, "Fuel? What's fuel?"
What makes them go?
"We told him. He knows." And he points at Low.
Yeah, and I filled y'all in over dinner last night.
Yeah, Andy did say he told you guys what soul coins were.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Well, no, and I have one, so I know. But I'm just.
Souls of the damned, souls of the dead.
Where do you get
Everything go.
Where do you get these coins from?
Made by big powerful devils. Traded around Avernus. Very, very much. And they're talking, one talks, and they're talking in tandem, but you're getting the complete story from both of them as they're completing each other's sentences, and sometimes they're completing each other's words. He says, powerful devils, make them from souls dragged to Avernus. Traded much more than gold. Silver, platinum, more valuable. We want, we need.
So the thing that's really coming to my mind is, you know, the machines are really cool, or fuel sources really creepy, but to what end are these machines for? What do you do with them?
They look at each other again, and you see that kind of confused glaze wash over them. And they look back at you. They say, point A, point B, move around very fast, pick up large amounts of parts, bring back here, build more machines. Warlords have their own machines, constantly trying to attack those with machines, steal coins, steal souls.
Oh, okay.
So is that where you get your coins from? Is from attacking other people?
They attack us. Warlords attack us.
And you're able to defend yourself against them?
We make better machines. We upkeep better. Bigger, better machines.
So if we were to get attacked by one of the warlords, which machine would we be best to be in?
So Chonka and Clonk look at each other and start chirping and talking in languages that, I mean, it's, you know their language, but it sounds like troll and orc and hobgoblin. They're jumping from language to language, filling in words, and it seems almost like they're arguing with each other. And then they both look at you, and they seem to reach some sort of decision. They say, Demon Grinder biggest, Demon Grinder strongest. Depends on armor, depends on weapons, but generally Demon Grinder's biggest.
Is that your slowest one as well?
Give me a minute. I have to look at the speeds of them.
They need a chart. Just so we can see, like, you know, in a video game where you have like all the bar graphs. Like this one jumps, it accelerates, it has high armor, and it blows shit up.
They're all on all of them are on D&D Beyond under vehicles. I have it unlocked. You have to actually own the Descent into Avernus, and
Gotcha. Yeah. Well,
because your characters are on mine, you may be able to see them. I'm not sure. You have to go under.
Yep, we can see him.
Yep. Okay.
The question is, do you want us to look at him?
So Chunk and Clonk tell you Devil's Ride fastest. Not much faster, but fastest. The rest about the same speed. Some bigger. Some have more spots for weapons. But Demon Grinder, more space, more muscle, more speed, space for weapons.
what's the deal with the scorpion that you're working on?
Scavenger. We use to pick up junk. When others attack us, warlords attack us, we take their wreckage back here and repair it, make better. That's why we have more than anyone else. We also go to the junkyard and get parts from the junkyard.
What do you guys think? Which one do you think we should get?
So as you're talking, the flaps to the tent open, and Mickey walks in, and he lumbers over to you, Tom, because you tried to fix his foot, and he kind of like goes to reach for you, and then his hands pull away, and then he walks over towards Eric, and you see him reaching for you. What do you want to do?
Does he seem threatening?
He's a monstrosity. I mean, he has like a weird smile, toothless smile on his face. And you see one gray arm and one human arm kind of thing. And they seem to be reaching for the outside of your arms.
I hold on to my faith and try to smile at him and say good morning and allow him to touch me.
All right. He picks you up
Oh.
about 3 feet off your chair. He goes, ah. And he pulls you in tight and starts hugging you. And as he's hugging you, rocking you back and forth, he turns and starts walking out of the tent. And he pulls you away from his body and puts you down. And you hear a giggle come from behind you. And you hear the voice of a cackling old lady say, you seem to have made a friend in Mickey.
Yeah, he just doesn't seem to know his strength.
I assume your companions are inside with Lulu.
Yes, they are.
It's time.
Okay, I stick my head back in and say, it's time, guys.
I tell Lulu to stay close to me.
And I smile at her and say, I noticed you're an arcane caster. After this is done, is there a chance you might be interested in trading spells? They seem to be hard to find around here.
She walks up to you as you turn around from Mickey, and she reaches out a hand towards your hand.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to take her hand?
Yes.
And she puts her other hand over your hand and kind of pats it and says, we'll see. We'll see. Your friends have been very, from what I hear, helpful to my friends. I've also heard at least one of you is quite the little trickster. We'll talk. She says, for now, we have business to attend to at the top of the mountain.
All right. Say thank you for your consideration, and I wait for the party.
Give me 1 second. I'm missing someone. Who am I missing?
1, 2,
Oh.
3.
I found him. He is hiding over by pins and needles. I'm trying to grab all of you guys. Just make one big move here. There we go.
Yeah, I hate it when I lock the
You
lock
bet.
the map, or forget to lock the map and do that.
I hate when I get all of you like I want and I forget to group you before I move.
Mhm.
And then I click off. All right, so give me a minute while I set this up. It's going to take a moment. Good. All right. So you, Maggie leads you up to the top of this mountain, and you know you're on top of the cave. And once you're up there, you see that she has a portal or some type of magical circle written on the ground, drawn onto the ground rather. And in the middle of the circle, there is a pile of black pillows. And Maggie says, Lulu, the pillows are comfortable. They're for you. Everyone else take your place around the circle. And she leads each of you to a point around the circle. You see her reach into a bag, and she places 2 skulls on the portal, one at either end. And she says, my sisters won't care if I pick their brains about this problem and they add to my spell. As she places the 2 skulls down, she says, once I begin the ritual, it'll take about 10 minutes. During that time, we'll all be joined by a telepathic bond. If anyone leaves the circle, the ritual is interrupted, and I'll be forced to start all over again. Does everyone understand?
I nod.
I nod. Okay.
And Lulu's sitting in the center of you guys, and she kind of like looks up, and she looks at Illyria and Morin. Her eyes go to the three of you in front of her and beside her, and you see her kind of shaking in nervousness. And Maggie says, throughout this ordeal, be strong. And you see Maggie close her eyes, and you see as she closes her eyes, she reaches into her vest and pulls out two small wooden skull-shaped balls, and she begins shaking them, and they make a rattling sound. And she says, everyone close your eyes.
Close my eyes.
Close my eyes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You hear chanting begin, and you feel as though something is blocking the ritual. You hear the stop of maracas, and everyone's eyes are still closed. Maggie looks up and says, we cannot make a perfect link. One of you has magic enacted that the bond cannot break through.
Hmm?
Do I know about the magic enacted?
Because of keen mind, yes, you do.
It's the eye patch, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, that's
I
what
look at Tom and
I'm just gonna kind of like look at you and be like, what?
I say, our minds must be linked.
Maggie looks over at the two of you and says, do you want to help Lulu or not?
Like, I take off the eye patch.
So you see her close her eyes, and she says, close your eyes once more. And she begins shaking the maracas. And she starts singing a song. And as your eyes are closed, you feel a connection, almost like a web work. Your mind is reaching out and touching Lowe's mind, and Lowe's mind is reaching out and touching Morin and Illyria, and everyone's minds are all reaching into Lulu. And you feel Lulu is also in your minds, and Maggie is in all of your minds. Everyone is one. Everyone is connected. And when you get over the system shock of that, a rich, radiant light of 100 dancing rainbows slowly dissolves. Warm sunlight fills the area. Within that space, Lulu flies lazily in a lush meadow at the shoulder of a beautiful blindfolded angel As the pair strolls through the tall green grass, the voice of a hag fills your mind. Push through this vision. It only represents what Lulu wishes was true. We need to see more. You're seeing all of this in a shared experience, mind's eye. Your eyes are closed, you know that. This is like a waking dream. You are all experiencing a waking dream and seeing the same dream. You see the angel, you see the elephant, but you also see each other standing there. But you're not quite standing on the grass. But you're not standing on the grass. I need each player to make me a DC intelligence saving throw, please.
Uh-oh.
15.
What was that, Tom?
15.
All right. Morn,
12.
Illyria,
I'm waiting for it to roll.
It's being laggy.
21.
and Lo.
I have a 4. I rolled a 3.
Thank God for that +1.
I know, right?
So, Lo, your mind kind of feels like it's boiling. Your brain feels like there's too much energy with all of you linked. You're not used to this type of strange arcane energy flowing through you. And you're going to take 11 points of psychic damage.
Yay!
But you also know that pain came on because Maggie told your party you have to push through this memory. It's a fake memory of what Lulu wishes was true. And you feel your group collectively try to put their shoulder down and barge through Lulu's memories and bore through. And you feel as though their physical actions took a psychic reaction to you that you just weren't ready for. But yeah, you guys pushed through.
Can I enter in with part of Maggie's chant? As she's doing her chant, I would like to weave in a little bit of inspiration towards Lo. It's like, we're all here with you, man. We're all here with you, man. As she's doing her thing, and gave him bardic inspiration.
All right, so you start chanting, but you've never performed this particular spell before, and you're not quite sure of how to modify it, or even if it can be modified. And you feel as though a giant hand has reached and grabbed you from behind your neck and ripped you. And you're flying through the air. And you're watching Lulu and the rest of your party. You don't see Maggie with your party in this vision. She's not there. You hear her, but she's not in this vision with you. And you watch as your party shrinks to pinpoints. And you hear a loud pop. And you're standing on a circle. Your eyes are blinking. And you see everyone else standing there with their eyes closed. and Maggie shaking her maracas and chanting. The rest of you, you see Tom begin singing, and you hear a discordant melody interrupting this spell that's being woven around and enveloping you and permeating you. And it's kind of like someone is waiting until each note of heavenly song is sung so they can scratch their nails across a chalkboard. And when you hear this screeching, you watch as an expression comes over Tom's face of utter surprisement, and you see him flying backwards away from your party. And once he becomes a speck of sand in the distance, he pops, and he's no longer with you guys.
Oh no. I use my mind's eye to look at everybody else and try to gauge whether we are continuing or if we're disrupted.
So it seems as though Maggie is pushing on with her spell. And Tom, what are you doing?
So from that, I gather that he did not get inspiration from that.
He did not.
I'm gonna, my eyes are open. I'm gonna look around and see everybody's still like in trance.
Yes.
Does it look like there's anything dangerous pressing down upon us?
No.
All right. I'm going to try to go back into the trance.
Roll me a percentile dice.
Is all this covered or are you winging it?
Huh?
Is all of this covered or are you winging it?
50-50.
Okay. I'm just curious. I'm shocked by how much they put into these books.
Yeah, that's a 95.
All right. So you being adept to song, you close your eyes and you kind of listen to the cadence of her words and find the rhythm in the song. And it's almost as though your mind's eye is waiting for just the right moment for your non-corporeal self to step into the vision, step into the link. And at just the right moment, when the cadence is moving in between notes, you're able to step into the rhythm, and you're searching through a web, and you're looking, and you know that if only you can find the right part of the web, you can find where the vision's taking place. And it takes you what feels like days of walking through the web, and you finally find a small bright spot in the web, and you feel as though other people's mental connections are trying to pull you in, and you're reaching out to them. And for the rest of the party, you see a pinpoint growing, and you see Tom Petty. It's almost like a ghost step. 1 second he's small and insignificant and not there, and he grows, and his foot takes one step, and he's back with you in a physical sense. And as that happens, You're all watching Tom. And you notice that when Tom steps in, the landscape is changed around you. A flame-encircled battlefield appears on a barren, hellish landscape. At the center of the circle, Lulu and the angel lie unconscious and prone, horribly injured. You see yourselves standing in defense of Lulu and the angel, facing outwards as 6 small spine-covered devils creep closer. In the distance, a formation of battered and retreating human warriors disappears through a portal. Eric, roll me history. Allie, roll me history.
Woohoo! 29.
Good history.
Okay, is it gonna roll? There, roll. Oh, really?
Hey, at least the good news is that you have complete cover, right?
I rolled an 8, rolled a 4, and have a +4. That sucks.
That's all right because Eric rolled so high. As you take notice of the scenery around you, you hear whispers in the memory, as though Morn is sharing his knowledge with you without speaking. And you all notice that you're watching and witnessing the fall of the Hell Riders and the retreat of the traitors, leaving Zariel and Lulu trapped in this hellish place. Lulu and Zariel, well, you don't know it's Zariel. You're pretty damn sure it is because of his history check. Eric, you've read enough lore on this place to know some of the backstory of it, and you're about 99.99% positive that's Zariel laying unconscious with Lulu. And the devils are closing. Give me one moment, please. While I'm doing this, I need everyone to roll initiative.
Yeah, it's better.
I like these wizard dice.
Rolled a 5. This,
What?
I roll a 4 and then get a +1. I mean, it's not wrong.
Ellie, you haven't been eaten in this quest, have you?
No, she hasn't been eating in this one yet.
Well,
No,
I mean, I know there are better ways to get full cover, but
true.
Hey, if she manages to get eaten by something in this quest, she'll be 3 for 3.
Well, I didn't get eaten in Eric's. I thought I did.
you're not the first person to get eaten. I will let you know that.
I know. I'm just giving you a hard time. Quite amusing.
And
Don't worry, Tom will shrink you so that it doesn't hurt so much when you get eaten.
I don't have that spell right now. Well, I mean, I got polymorph. I guess I could polymorph you.
It's all good.
Polymorph somebody into an agony beetle.
I think it has to be a beast. unless you do true polymorph, and then you can like turn them into a chair.
Well, first,
This sounds like a really crappy upgrade.
Low initiative number.
I don't know. I mean, imagine fighting the big bad evil guy.
20.
What was that?
20.
Warren?
19.
Tom?
11.
Valeria?
4.
Look out!
All
I
right,
actually
so
can't wait until you see our rolls.
you hold on. Let me mark these guys so I know which one's which.
The wizard dice have
I
magic.
found a new method. Instead of using the, I'll have to go and pick more of them up. They're the little half-size, like quarter-size stickies, the
Post-it notes.
Post-it notes, like the little tags that you put on books.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of putting those numbered tokens on the screen and locking them to each one, I can make up a bunch of these and number them, and I just stick them on my monitor. And as I move the monster, I just move the Post-it to that creature, and that keeps track of which one is which with the D&D Beyond encounter builder. It makes battles between the combat tracker and the Post-it notes, which I started doing with my other group. Battles, they're just seamless. I don't have to worry about numbers getting unstuck from the monsters. And
Nice.
all right,
You,
so
you should get permanent ones that have like abilities or debuffs and stuff on them.
So, as you see the battered and retreating human warriors disappearing through the portal, you hear the devils. You hear Maggie's voice. You hear her disembodied voice. You must defeat those devils. Andy.
All right, let's see. First and foremost,
You're going to have to mark on the screen which ones you're wanting to attack.
okay.
Whoop, hold on. Don't mark anything just yet. All right. I'm good now.
Okay, I pull out the +2 longsword. I'm going to rage. Let's see here. And first time out the bat, I'm going to go ahead and do the action search this turn as well. So, all right. Hold on, I'm trying to get my thing ain't scrolling like it should. All right. So which one is closest measurement-wise? I think I'm going to go see if I can move that annotate thing out of the way so I can see what I'm doing. I think I'm going to go for that one.
All right. You have 25 feet of movement, right?
I have 35. I have mobility as a feat.
All right. You're on them.
All right. Let me see here. Yeah, for some reason my screen is not scrolling on my D&D Beyond. I'm having to manually move it. All right. That's a 2. Shit. I have a nat 1 on my first attack.
So you're running towards this devil and pulling out your weapon, and you're screaming, and you feel yourself trip, and as you're falling, you feel as though you've fallen straight out of the memory.
Okay.
And it's going to take you a moment. You're falling through the ground. You see nothing but blackness and void in front of you. And you're kind of like scrambling your arms. You don't lose your weapon, but you scramble with your arms and kicking your feet, and you feel yourself being pulled back. It feels as though someone's reached out and put their entire hand around your body, and they're picking you up and pulling you back in. And you hear Maggie's voice. Beware your step in the memory. Get back into the fight and save Zariel.
Okay, so since I didn't get a chance to do the extra attacks, that didn't burn my action surge, did it?
Correct.
But since I didn't attack this turn because I'm now out of movement, right?
Correct.
So I'll lose my rage.
When did you start your rage?
I initiated it this turn, so if I don't get attacked or do an attack this turn, I'll lose it.
We're going to say you didn't start raging. You didn't have enough time.
Okay.
You were screaming and yelling while you were running up to the creature to attack it, and you were building that rage up in your body. And it was kind of like you're building your rage, and then you stumble and trip and fall through the fabric of the memory, and your rage just falls apart as terror takes hold, and it's like blackness falling and then being pulled back into the memory by Maggie.
Okay, so I'm basically just reset.
Basically. You have any bonus action or anything?
My bonus action was the rage initially.
Okay. All right.
So, yeah.
That's going to bring up Morn.
Okay, do I have a idea of what just happened?
You saw Lo go running frantically, screaming. You've seen it happen. You've seen him do this type of thing before. You're not quite sure exactly what happened. You just saw him fall. It looked as though he tripped over. You don't know what he tripped over, but he tripped over something, and it's almost as though as he was falling with his hands out to keep him from slamming into the ground, it's like the image of the terrain, the memory, parted like clouds, like he fell through a fog bank and disappeared. And the scenery, much like fog, rolled back in to cover up where he was, almost as though the hellish landscape that you're standing on is just a layer of fog. And then you watch as you see him coming up through the fog right beside you and being gently sat back down on the ground.
Okay. So I'm more confused than I thought. All right.
I'm trying to find an angel. I know I got one.
Yeah, you can just do a second alley.
Yeah.
No, I've got other angels now, actually. There you go. So that's Lulu and Zario laying prone on the ground behind you. What do you want to do, Mark?
All right. I'm saying right here, drop
Okay.
a spiritual weapon. And I will start there. I'm going to use,
Give me
since this
one
is
second.
important, I'm going to use the 4th level spiritual weapon. $27.
Hold on. I'm
Oh,
still
okay.
getting it up and in place. $27 hits, roll damage.
Total of 9. That was bonus action. So I might as well, since this is important, do a cone of cold. If I aim basically right at where my spiritual weapon is, I should be able to get all 4 of those guys.
What's the... I'm not sure if you will. Let me grab a cone. So I need to know the dimensions of said cone.
Okay, 60-foot cone.
Yeah, I think they might be too close for you to capture them the way you're wanting to. We're about to find out. We'll make this 60 feet. I might rule of cool you and allow it. But you see what I mean by it, it's just the arc, the angles. 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55. So that's about 60 feet there.
All right.
I'm going to say if you go there, you can get 3. They're not spaced right there. You could only get 2.
That
I'd
is
say aiming there would be your best bet. There you can get 3.
okay.
If they were further away and at the tip of your cone, then you'd probably be able to get more.
Oh, I know. I'm just they keep on changing their minds on what a cone is. Like I don't know which one, so we'll just use your template. Okay.
Well, a cone is a cone. It starts at a point at you and expands outwards.
Yeah. I'm just hold on.
The volume of the cone.
Correct. I mean,
Well, typically it'd be
Does it expand outwards like a traffic cone, or does it expand outwards like, you know?
a pyramid or a traffic cone. I understand what you're saying. And hold on, because I have it right here in this DM
No.
screen. This DM screen will show me.
TH.
Yeah, I don't know if you can see it.
No, your background
No,
covers it.
you can see it. I can see it on mine. See it?
Oh, yeah.
It's kind of like a traffic cone. It's not a pyramid.
Right, right. The old ones, I guess, were pyramid.
Does the spell say what the width of it is at its widest point? Or does it just say 60 feet?
Hold on, cancel. Yeah, it just says 60 feet. So it's. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying that it's different than what I expected, but that's okay. Um,
There's a thing.
so I gotta do damage, and they need to do a Constitution save, DC 15, or take half of 47 damage.
All right, give me a second. Let me move this out of my way. All right, so that's number 1. Constitution save.
Yep, DC 15.
So number 1, the bottom left one, is going to fail. How much damage?
47.
47.
47.
Oh, man. That's a nat 20, baby.
So he takes half. That'd be
40,
23.
23. It doesn't matter what damage he would have taken, he would have popped 2. All right, so give me 1 second.
Yeah, it's a spell a level higher than I can even cast.
So, as you, what's that spell come from? A rod, a staff, a ring?
My staff.
So your staff, I thought your staff was healing.
No, my staff is a staff of frost.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So you reach out and you slam your staff on the ground and it erupts in a volcano of frost and snow and hail that pelts these demons and these devils. And you see them try to lift their wings from behind them and cover their bodies. And it's just tearing through their wings. And you see devil blood and bone and just everything. It's just,
Actually, may I correct? A creature killed by the spell becomes a frozen statue until it thaws.
okay. So yeah, I mean that's happening as it's tearing through them. You see the pieces the chunks that are blowing off them get caught in the frost, and it's forming like macabre, just death frozen popsicles. 3 of them locked in a frozen death.
It's a Picasso.
Exactly. And you hear screaming, and the screaming kind of dies slowly as their vocal cords freeze over and their mouths fill with ice. And the vision, the scene you're in, fades. And everything goes black. And you're all transported to a new landscape filled with thick black smoke and the smells of death and decay. It expands and encompasses everything. You see 3 small devils. Actually, I'm going to move you guys back down. Let me get rid of these Post-its. You see 3 devils, and they're the same ones that just left the previous vision. Well, you're almost sure they are. But now they're kneeling before you, and they're pleading and offering to serve you if you spare their lives. What do you guys do?
Are we still initiative?
No, we're out of initiative.
Ooh.
You feel as though they're talking to you, but they're also talking to, you feel as though they're also talking to an angel that it's almost as though you're looking through an angel's eyes. You're looking front out of a body that's not quite yours.
Oh.
These devils are begging, please spare us. Spare us, we will serve you. Everything you want. Anything you want.
I share, I can still share in my mind? Or no?
Sure?
I share in my mind, I wonder if this is why it's the vision so horrible. Did the angel turn?
Can I look and see Zariel?
Zariel's no longer on the ground behind you.
There's nowhere.
You don't see her.
Is Lulu there?
But Lulu is behind you, but she's no longer unconscious and helpless. And you get the sense that you're Tom, but you're also Zariel. You're seeing through her eyes. You're experiencing what she experienced at this point in history.
All right. I want to say to the devils, and what do we get for our mercy?
Complete loyalty.
The 3 things that I could just destroy on a whim?
We will help lead your armies. We will help you rise to power.
What does it feel like I'm supposed to do? Or like I want to do?
You're not quite sure. You're not quite sure. You know that this moment can affect your future, what you choose to do in the here and now, and all of this is going through all of your heads.
Are we sharing our...
You are sharing this experience. So when you come to a decision, you're going to have to come to a conclusive group decision on how you're moving forward. These devils are on their knees, prostrate before you, begging to allow them to serve you.
I say no.
I say in my mind, and I believe devils, an angel would probably finish them off.
And I say in my mind, I agree. We do not give mercy.
So,
2 devils.
I think, I don't know, I'm kind of leaning towards mercy.
Lo, what's your stand?
Hey, the more the merrier.
So we have 2 for let them live, 2 for let them die. I'm going to let the dice decide.
Well, do we want to continue debating, or are you guys pretty much mind made up?
I think it kind of, I think, yeah, because honestly, I think as priests, we would both believe that an angel is uncorruptible. And to take that deal would be to accept corruption.
See, and I think that in in the mind of that angel, that what it's seeing is it's seeing itself giving mercy to these guys and using them to its ends, basically using them to enforce good. Of course, I don't believe in the, you know, perfection of angels either.
All right,
Okay.
so we're having a discussion about the path of this future that's written and yet not written, all within this dreamscape. We have two opposing views, and you're locked in discussion and confrontation and waning and waving. And we're going to say, Tom and Andy, you represent the lower order, the lower 50% of reason, and Allie and Eric, you represent the top side from 50 to 100 of reason. Now we just wait for the dice to roll.
Power to the priests.
You're kidding.
Holy crap! Y'all got it.
Woohoo!
That's 9.
That's 100. So
100%.
Wow.
Allie, being part celestial,
Yep.
her light washes into the discussion. Her pure rage and horror of this angel, considering the fact, even for a split moment, that these devils, that these abominations have no place in the world or any of the realms. A fiery sword raises up in front of all of your visions and swipes across once, and you see 3 heads tumble off their shoulders, and the bodies fall lifeless to the ground. And you feel an extreme satisfaction wash over you as that vision fades.
Hey, I'm all for gratuitous violence. I can live with it.
As we fall through the mountain into darkness.
Ah!
My character would not agree.
It was Midsummer's Eve, and the elves were screaming and looting. Strome. Strome.
Out of character, I think the angel was given 2 options, and both of them had a root of evil.
This is in the book, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Well, some of it I am improvising, but this storyline, how it meanders, is in the book.
Oh, yeah.
So, as the last head falls to the ground and rolls sideways away from its body, that vision fades out, and you're now wandering a vast barren landscape of utter devastation black sludge rises rapidly out of the ground, enveloping your feet and gripping you tightly, overwhelming you with a horrible sense of loss. You hear in your heads, "Don't let the sludge consume you," says Maggie. You hear her disembodied voice washing through the memory. You must push through her defenses. She must look. Lulu must see. All right. So I'm going to give you each a choice. Either athletics or acrobatics. You must tell me which one before you roll. I will call each of you in turn. We will start with who I know will probably pass this the easiest. Lo,
Athletics.
roll please.
That's a 19.
You're able to reach down and just grab this goo. You're no longer in the body and looking out of the windows of the eyes of an angel. You are Lo once more. And you see your small hands reach down and just start tearing at this goo. And you're flinging it everywhere. And you pull your feet and you place them firmly up on the top of the surface. And you know in your head that you are free. Tom, athletics or acrobatics?
Immunity. It's going to be acrobatics.
Roll.
I'm going to use lucky. And that's going to be an 18.
All right.
Thank God for lucky. It would have been an 8.
As the black sludge starts creeping over your feet, you're able to somersault backwards and reposition yourself far enough away from the goo that you know that you're safe and back on solid ground. Allie, athletics or acrobatics? Acrobatics.
And I failed.
Well, you don't know what you're rolling against, so
I rolled an 8.
you failed.
I told you I failed. I only had a +1 acrobatics. And a 0 on athletics. Yeah.
Okay. So
I'm a cleric. The only thing I could have done if I had known was to sprout my wings and fly out of it, but
all right, so
still, it's gonna stick me.
you feel this sludge climbing up your legs, and you try to move and get out, and as it climbs up your legs, you feel the sensation of loss and misery, as though this sludge is trying to kill you with pain and memory, and you take 22 psychic damage. Eric, athletics or acrobatics?
It's going to be acrobatics.
All right.
But may I add, in this time where we are either we're going to be tied or the winds will take it, I have disadvantage because I still have 1 level of exhaustion.
All right. So you have disadvantage.
Oh my God, I got a 14. That's amazing for having disadvantage.
What was your other score?
Damn, they already went away. Hold on. Oh yeah, it's still on there. I rolled a 12 and a 15 +2.
Okay. So we're going to say you don't have disadvantage because you're in a memory right now and exhaustion's not working on you. you're able to squat and jump up, twirling in the air, and land. And you know you're on solid ground. The three of you are sitting there watching Allie as this black sludge is climbing up her. And it's almost like it's alive and amorphous and trying to encase her. All right. What do the rest of you want to do?
I
wanna
moved
go
to. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead. I was going to go help her. Try to help her.
I moved to save her.
That's exactly what I wanted to hear. The
I wanna
only action any of you are permitted is the help, is the aid. So, Allie, I need you to pick athletics or acrobatics with advantage because you are now being helped.
Well, like I said, acrobatics has a +1. My athletics is +0, so I'm gonna go with acrobatics. All right, I'll try this. I'll try it on D&D.
And this means Lo likes you more than he lets on.
Yeah.
So here's what we're going to do. Allie, you're going to do athletics. Lo, you're going to add your bonus athletics to her roll because you are trying to pull her out.
So you get a +7 on top of it.
Okay, that's with advantage. So my first roll was a 5. My second roll is 15 plus 7.
Okay.
So 22.
So Lo grabs hold of both of your arms and he yanks you and you feel your feet leave the ground and it feels as though you for a moment are a slack piece of rubber band being pulled between two objects, and Lo is actually strong enough to pull you out and you feel the black sludge release from you and the sensation of horror and just painful memory fall away from you. And as you fly through the air, because Tom said he was helping and Eric said he was helping, the three of you are standing there when Lo frees her, and she tumbles, taking all three of you to the ground with her. And somewhere in the darkness, you're all climbing back to your feet, and there's no longer any black sludge anywhere around. You're just in an inky black void, and Lulu's resting on black cushions in the center of the void. She looks unconscious and alone, a beam of brilliant white light shining down upon her. Next to Lulu, a large gleaming brass spy lamp rests atop an ornately carved tripod. Lulu awakens and looks peacefully around her. Seeing the spyglass, she approaches it. She lowers her trunk and presses one eye against the eyepiece. Lulu then jumps back and suddenly her eyes fly wide, her mouth flies open, her face alight with excitement. She cries out, "The sword! The sword! I know where it is!" The dream ends.
Woo!
Wow.
You all hear the rattling of maracas fading. You hear the chanting of Maggie lowering and becoming nothing but wind swept over this mountaintop. Lulu sits up on the cushions and she's crying. She says, I remember it all now. She looks at Maggie, and Maggie's smiling and looking at Lulu. And Maggie says, tell us your memories, Lulu. All right,
I don't
one
know
of you
what-
keeping track, yes?
Trying to find a piece of paper. There we go. I need to get better at taking notes anyways.
All right, so some of these things you already know, but I'm going to read them just in case you don't. I didn't tell you and I think you know them, but I'm sure a lot of this you know already. But there might be one or two that you don't, and that's what you need to focus on. Number one, you've definitely heard. She used to be able to shape change into a golden mammoth. In this form, she served as Zariel's war mount. Number two, Zariel's most loyal Hell Rider, Yale, Y-A-E-L, took the sword and plunged it into a rock. She called every ounce of her goodness in her heart to raise a shield around it, a fortress against evil. I believe you knew that one already as well. Number three, I'm pretty sure you didn't know. The demon lord Yeno, Y-E-E-N-O-G-H-U, wants to destroy Zariel's sword. He hates it as much as he hates her. They fought him once, but I don't remember where. So it seems some of her memories are still a little hazy as they're rushing back to her. This
Okay,
one-
so
this
just to
one
make
you-
sure I got it right, Lulu used to shape change into a war mammoth.
Yep.
Gale took the sword and plunged it into a rock, creating a fortress.
Lulu created the fortress, but yes.
And Yenohu, Y-E-E-N-O-H-U,
Yep, the demon lord, you know.
He's the Knoll Demon Lord.
wants to destroy the sword.
All right. This one, I'm pretty sure I've already told you as well. She wandered Avernus for a while, hid in a place called the Wandering Emporium. She made a friend there. His name was Mad-Eye. Maybe he can help you guys. That one you already knew, I'm almost positive. The next one is new to you. She says, the Zariel I knew is gone, replaced by a devil with a halo of fire and vengeance. This is who I am, she told me. When demons die, they cry out my name in terror. Those were Zariel's last words to me.
Placed by a demon.
And the last memory, it was Zariel who sent me back. I don't know why. Maybe, just maybe, there's a tiny spark of goodness deep down, still inside of her. She says, I know why Zariel is why she's here. She hates demons. She hates demons so much that in her misguided rage. She thought the best way to destroy demons was to stay here on Avernus and destroy them where they come through the most frequently, more than on the prime material or celestial plane. This is like a playground to her. She got lost in it, though. She's become the Archduke of Avernus, one of Asmodeus's favorites. Maybe we can save her and pull her back to the light. But we need to find the sword. Everything rests on the sword.
All right.
So instead of showing mercy and just taking over and leading the forces to kill demons, she killed those and then just continued killing until finally they were just like, look, you're doing so good, we're just going to follow you anyway.
Well, in the book, it's written that if you had left those devils alive to serve you in the next dream where you're trapped in ink with the ink corroding you, they actually fly out of the sky and pull you out of it. They save you from it. Anyone who fails, it's like an instant out for you. It says if you kill them, they don't. They're dead. They can't come help you. But if you spare them and allow them to serve you, they do serve you. So
I like this book.
So Maggie is just standing there, hanging on Lulu's every word. And she says, you all have fulfilled everything everyone has asked you to fulfill here. And I've gained much, much wanted knowledge of Zariel. At some point in the future, our paths may cross again, but you've earned some boon from me and mine. She reaches out and she has something clutched in her hands.
I look at it.
You see a closed hand.
I reach out to accept it.
You hear chink, chink, chink as 3 coins fall into your hand, and you hear screams in your head. You've never seen these. I need you to add 3 soul coins to your inventory and then read what they are, because your character in particular, I'll let you read them.
Okay. The equipment, manage equipment.
She says, follow me. And she turns and Lulu follows her. Do the rest of you follow her?
Yes. I'll follow.
Yeah, I think we're all following.
So she leads you down, and you descend the mountain, and you pass back through into the gates. And she calls to the nearest red cap. And she whispers something in his ear, and he goes running off into the nearby tent and comes out with a giant, well, it's a pretty big backpack, and he pushes it into Tom Petty's arms. You've just been given 2 weeks worth of rations.
Is there any stew?
Oh God.
It's all dried meat and bread and cheese.
Are there any red cap legs?
You don't see any type of appendages.
Oh good.
She says, it's much like, for you older folks like me, it's much like an episode. Well, not an episode. It's much like the movie Karate Kid. She motions towards the cave, and she goes, take Chonka and Clonk with you. Have your pick for all you've done. You may take a vehicle of your choice. Chonka and Clonk will help you equip it with whatever you think you need. She says, be careful. With these machines comes more than just mobility and movement and nullifying the effects of this place, as you don't have to walk around here. You draw attention to yourselves. There are warlords in this place. They watch for these machines rolling over the ground. They will attack you on sight without reason, wanting whatever you have. Be strong. Take no prisoners. She says, in your wanderings, you may come across one person who may choose to help you. I'm not quite sure what he's driving nowadays. He's kind of fey around the edges. We call him Smiler the Defiler, though.
It's the traveler.
All right. So,
All right.
at this point,
Are these coins are they cursed? It doesn't say anything about having to keep them.
I noticed, I probably would have noticed him getting the coins.
oh yeah, you saw it.
I'm just gonna go up and whisper in his ear. You might want to let the gnome hold on to those.
Well, that's why I'm asking. He said that, and there's a thing on carrying them. I need to know, it doesn't say anything about them being cursed, so I can hand them over without problem.
Correct.
Okay. Fighting the urge to just free the souls. I walk over, just hand low the coins unceremoniously, and walk away, trying to wipe the tears from my eyes.
I'll go over and explain to Lo what he's holding.
Lo knows. As soon as Lo takes them in his hand, he knows exactly what they are. He's been told what a soul coin is by
Okay.
Chonka and Clonk.
So I need to get rid of these.
These are fuel for the machines.
Oh, there are much more. You got to read it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Add them to your inventory, please, Lo. And feel free to read what they are exactly.
Yeah.
All right, so Chonka and Clonk take your party into the cave. And they say, Maggie says, you pick any you want. We have suggestions, but you take what you want.
I'm gonna ask them what they suggest.
Yes, agreed.
You want Demon Grinder, biggest. We equip whatever weapons you want on them. We
What
do
weapon?
very, very fast. Some of them might have the weapons you want on them already. And they start spouting through the weapon stations. So I need Lo. Actually, you can all do it. It doesn't matter who. If you go into D&D Beyond, if you mouse over game rules, in the lower right-hand corner, you will see vehicles. Click on vehicles, you will find the 4 types of vehicles of Avernus. He suggests you take the Demon Grinder. The weapons it comes with. It has a helm station that one person must be the driver. It has a weapon station called Chompers. Weapon station is at the front. There are also a wrecking ball on the back that is a second weapon station. All weapon stations have to be manned for that weapon to be used in combat. And then on either side, there are 2 harpoon flingers.
I see.
So if you want to drive it and use every bit of weaponry, you would need
5.
5 people. You
Well,
can move. Everyone except that driver can move and scramble around on these things. Each one will provide its own specific type of cover. I think the helm has the most cover. Everyone else is like half cover or quarter cover, something like that.
Yeah, they're all half cover
Yeah.
and 3/4 cover for helm.
I say we take the Demon Grinder.
So he tells you, we can do upgrades. The upgrades are not in Descent into in D&D Beyond, unfortunately. I've looked for them. If one of you can find them, that's all the better. But I'm pretty sure this is something you'll have to write down. I'll leave it up to your charge as players to write down which weapon you take, the effects of it, which I will give you, write it down, take a picture of it, and post it to the Facebook group so you all know all your weapons. So the first weapon is one that fits on the front. It replaces the chomper. It is a acidic bile sprayer. Acid bile sprayer requires 1 crew and grants half cover. Recharge is 5 to 6. Acidic bile sprays from the nozzle on a 30-foot cone. Each creature in the cone must make a DC 12 save, or take 98 points of acid damage, or half on a failed save.
Ooh, that's wicked.
any creature reduced to 0 hit points by that is completely dissolved, leaving behind only objects it was carrying or wearing. The second one that fits on the nose is the flamethrower. It requires 1 crew, grants half cover. Let me put my damn glasses back on. It shoots in a 60-foot line that is 5 feet wide. Each creature in the line must make a DC 15 dex saving throw, taking 48 fire damage. Or half on a half on a successful one. Sorry. And that's what I meant with the other one. Successful roll, they take half. You know.
That one still replaces the chomper, right?
So far, everything I'm reading you for another minute replaces the front, the chomper.
Okay.
This one has a flamethrower attached. This one has the acidic bile attached. And this one is just a normal chomper. But it really doesn't matter what the image of it shows you on my screen. The weapons that you choose will. All right. The Infernal Screamer is a writhing humanoid torso made up of melting wax, juts out from the station with barbed hand crank between its shoulder blades. Each figure telepathically shrieks in agony when the crank is turned.
So we can literally be the bad guy in Mad Max?
Yeah.
Does that one come with a GIMP mask so I can, like, really play it?
And actually, that one that I just read you would replace one of the harpoon flingers.
Okay.
The target must save DC 15 Wisdom saving throw, taking 26. Sorry, I keep giving you the base number. It's 40-12 psychic damage on a failed save, or half as much on successful. This one also replaces harpoon flingers. It's stick sprayer. This flexible hose is connected to a tank that holds 30 gallons of water from the river Styx. Each use of the weapon depletes 10 gallons of the water. Refilling the tank requires access to the river Styx. Styx spray requires 1 crew and grants half cover. It has 3 uses: ranged attack, +5 to hit, 30 feet, 1 creature. The creature is struck by water from the river Styx and is targeted by the Feeble Mind spell, save DC 20. An already feeble-minded creature is immune to the effect. If the target fails a saving throw and the spell's effective, the effect doesn't end for 30 days. If the effect isn't cleared within 30 days, the effect becomes permanent, whereas the creature loses all of its memories and becomes a near mindless shell of its former self at that point. Nothing other than divine intervention can undo the effect at that point. All right, so that's all of the weapon stations. Armor stations. Canyon armor. The infernal iron used to make this vehicle was mined on Cania, the coldest layer of the 9 hells. An infernal war machine with Canyon armor has the armor class of 22 plus its dexterity modifier. While the vehicle is not moving, the attack rolls made against it have advantage. The infernal war machine also has immunity to cold damage, in addition to its other damage immunities, and it's immune to the effects of extreme cold. Gilded death armor, golden, stolen, or bartered from the archdevil, Devil Mammon, plates this vehicle's exterior. The gold can't be removed without destroying the vehicle and turns to dust when the infernal war machine drops to 0 hit points. Gilded death armor grants the infernal war machine resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. This is a cool one. Soul spike armor. The vehicle is covered in spikes inscribed with blasphemous symbols. Luminous ghostly figures impaled on spikes wail and reach out in agony. If a creature that isn't a devil dies within 30 feet of the infernal war machine, its soul, if it has one, is torn from its body and joins the wailing souls impaled on the spikes. As long as its soul remains trapped, the creature can't be raised from the dead by any means. A trapped soul is freed if the vehicle is destroyed. If the spike and anchoring it to the target, you can use a remove curse spell or similar magic. Or if the spike is destroyed, each spike is a small object with an AC 19, 15 hit points, and resistance to all damage except radiant. And there are 2 magical gadgets. Chonka and Clonk say, everything we tell you comes free from Maggie. But we have modifications, 2 of them. You can choose one, buy one. We sell to you if you want. Not included in free. The first one, necrotic smoke screen. The vehicle's driver can activate a magical device as a bonus action, causing a vehicle to expel a 30-foot cube of opaque smoke directly in front of it or behind it. The cloud is stationary and lasts for 1 minute. The area within this is heavily obscured. Any creature that enters the cloud for the first time on a turn or starting its turn in there takes 6d6 necrotic damage. A strong wind disperses the cloud. This device needs 24 hours to recharge before it can be used again. The second one is a teleporter. The vehicle's driver can activate a magical device as a bonus action, causing the vehicle to teleport to an unoccupied space that the driver can see up to 300 feet away from the vehicle's current position. All creatures and objects in contact with the vehicle are teleported along with it. This device needs 24 hours to recharge before it can be used again. So,
All right.
So,
I personally think the teleporter might be helpful.
Yes. Yes.
That's otherwise, what sort of weapons do we want? I think because of Morn, I don't think that the screamers are going to work too well.
I think acid vial sprayer in the front.
Instead of the thing, it does say that the demon grinder handles like a dump truck
Uh-huh.
or a garbage truck. The demon grinder has one more spot for people to sit than we have people.
Yeah.
I think it's got the most hit points, doesn't it?
Yeah, but metagame, if Tyler joins or Eric's brother joins, we have that seat filled.
This is true. Yeah, that makes sense.
That's with just the stations. That's not counting. It actually can hold 8 people.
Yeah,
And to be fair, one of the harpoon stations is probably going to get replaced with a teleporter, correct?
No. Those items plug in directly to the steering console.
At the helm?
Yep. Only the helm can use the teleporter or smokescreen.
Okay. Can we get both of those items?
No.
So just one.
Only one modification to the helm can be made.
Gotcha.
And I have to come up with what would they want?
Oh, Lord.
I don't know, but I might lean on needles and pins to maybe be a little nicer to them or something.
Oh, needles and pins get along great with Chonk and Clunk.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know how much of Maggie's. Did we get this thing for free because of them giving us Maggie's favor?
You got the impression that you got it for helping Mickey, helping Barnabas, helping Pins and Needles.
So helping everyone, not just them.
Correct.
Okay.
It seems as though quite possibly all of her minions probably went and spoke in her ear.
Gotcha.
One of the few times that we went through and actually checked all of the boxes.
Our party's just kind of like, oh, we'll do most of it.
And the book actually tells, hold on.
Does that mean we're like the C students of D&D?
All right, let me read this because this is, all right, this, on this page, it's the farewell. This says farewell. The manner in which Knucklebones bids farewell to the characters depends on how pleased Mad Maggie is with the characters. This attitude ranges from a near tearful goodbye if they gave Maggie and her gang everything they wanted, to being chased away by rabid madcaps if everything went wrong. So, I mean, I know you probably won't be able to see it, but I was making pros and cons of the entire episode, and all you guys did was tick off the pros.
Nice.
You did nothing that would have rubbed any of them the wrong way. And had you had gone on the mission that Pins and Needles wanted you to, the way they wanted you to, and just walked in, stormed in, and killed whatever that guy's name was, Watsit or
Yeah.
Wazik. Had you guys just stomped in and killed Wazik, Maggie wouldn't have cared. That's meta. You've already determined how you're treating them, so I'm saying right now, as of now, you're not allowed to stomp around killing them. But metagame, out of game,
and to be
Maggie forgiving about the Mad Caps and Red Caps killing.
To be fair, our party members wouldn't look kindly on us behaving like that.
Correct. So, but the book does say Maggie understands the nature of the Mad Caps and Red Caps, especially if they force you into a corner where the only option you have is to kill them. Maggie doesn't much care. So let's get this part done so we can keep going with our game, because guys, we're only about halfway through this book.
Wow.
Damn.
I mean,
all right. So, was there any other weapons that anybody really wanted?
One of the things I've noticed is we've been having extreme difficulty with ranged combat when it comes to flying devils and such. So I definitely want to make sure we have some ranged attack ability on this thing. So whatever happens, that I would like to have that on there.
So we have 2 harpoon flingers and a wrecking ball and an acid spitter.
Okay.
We want to change.
Vial sprayer is going to be the best. Flamethrower ain't going to do shit.
Fair enough, but yeah, the acid vial thrower, the first thing that he read to us, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
What
So,
was the ammo on it? Do we
I
have?
think it shoots 3 times a day.
Well, don't forget, you can also choose from the weapon stations that are already on it in the D&D Beyond. You can choose the chomper, the wrecking ball, and the harpoon flingers. I just didn't read them to you because they're not variants. They're right there for you to see.
Oh yeah, I assumed that they were already on it and that we're replacing these things with other things.
Yep. But by no means are you obligated to replace them.
Yeah. So, well, I think we're going to. Is everybody on board with replacing the chomper with the acid vials?
Just to bring up the one con to that, some of these devils that we've run into are immune to acid,
Okay.
but it seems like only a few, so it's not a big minus. The chompers are close range, but they will affect everything. So that's my 2 cents. I have no problem with the acid vial.
Yeah. Another thing too to consider is that we might be fighting another war machine, so we need to be prepared for that.
Right, which is what I thought. You know, if we're fighting another war machine, covering the entire thing in acid and letting it just eat all the biological organisms within it might be a great way to clean the thing out.
Yeah. Okay. We also have some armor options too, don't we?
Yeah.
Yeah. Whatever weapon loadout y'all are cool with.
Oh, I just found the whole setup.
Where?
I'm printing it off now. It's a handout. War Machine Rules Summary. Infernal Screamer, Lightning Harpoon, Lightning Flail, Wrecking Ball, Thunder Cannon.
Those are not in DIA.
Oh shit.
That's homebrew.
Okay.
So here's what you can do.
Okay.
Is it on your computer?
Yeah. Well, I was just trying to find something with the whole list because I was trying to write as fast as you can talk, and I got to the Infernal Screamer and gave up.
So do me a favor and oh, damn it. Share your screen.
Share my screen?
Yep.
Host disabled participant screen sharing.
All right, go ahead, try it now.
Hold on, that would be good.
Okay. You want to see the pamphlet?
Yep. Hold
Yeah, I
on.
think it's for something else. I just got excited because I thought it was a real.
That is cool.
Scroll down.
Did we find another list of stuff?
What's under vehicle statistics? What name is that? In red.
Base War Machine.
And what stats does that match up with on D&D Beyond? What type of vehicle?
Hold on, let me pull up the vehicles again. So
What's the speed on it?
speed 100,
What's the hit points?
150.
That's going to match up with either the Scavenger or Tormentor, I think.
Okay. So yeah, that's a different one, but
Is there? Oh, that's the only thing.
yeah, it's the only thing. I'll keep looking.
Yeah, it's got. It's got to be homebrew because there's no lightning, nothing on or thunder or saw.
Okay, I'll keep
So,
looking.
all right. So for now, we've got the stick sprayer. I mean the bile acid on the front.
Harpoon to either side, or
I say we keep with the harpoons. I don't think we should go with the sprayer, considering it is we have to run to the river to fill it up.
oh,
And if somebody slips or something, they fall in the river, we're done.
That's the acid sprayer one.
The acid sprayer.
That's the place is the harpoon. Never mind.
you want me to turn off Sharon, right?
No, the acid sprayer replaces the claw.
Yeah, I say we keep the harpoons too.
Okay.
What about armor? Is the other one?
Yeah, we got armor, and then we have. Do we want a claw or a wrecking ball?
Wrecking ball does extra structure damage. The claw can pick stuff up, so I'm game for either way. They both sound about the same for me.
Yeah, either one.
So I'm building your machine. All right, now. Why does it? Oh, that's why. So you're sticking with the acid bile sprayer on the front. What's going on the sides?
The harpoons.
Harpoons on the sides.
And you want to just do a claw in case we need one?
Might come in handy.
I think the claw might be more handy than the wrecking ball.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
So we'll go with a claw in the back.
I mean, we might be able to do cooler things with it too. Like if we're getting chased by motorcycle guys, we can use the claw to grab one of the motorcycle guys and then hit the other motorcycle guys with that motorcycle guy.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So claw, and now we just have to figure out armor, correct?
Armor. Yeah, and we got the teleporter in the front.
Yeah, teleporter.
So we got to figure out what we're trading to those guys.
Ow. Oh yeah. The armor, the one they mentioned, the one that was mentioned that was immune to cold. I don't know if that'd be good or not.
Immune to cold. We really haven't run into much that does cold damage around here,
Yeah.
but we don't know what we're running into either.
What other?
Cold armor stuff.
I'm having trouble remembering all the armors.
Yeah.
That's why I'm trying to look it up.
All right. So armors.
Just what were
Yeah.
their names?
There's the Canyon armor. That's the one that's immune to cold and cold effects, and it jumps the AC up to 22 plus its dexterity modifier.
Oh.
There's the Gilded Death Armor that adds resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing.
That might be handy.
And there's the Soul Spike Armor. It raises What's it do?
What's it say?
Really doesn't do anything other than its effect. I mean, each small spike has an AC of 19.
Yeah, that one didn't sound too good to me personally.
And we are going with the demon grinder, right?
Yeah.
The demon. Oh yeah, for the
Yeah.
vehicle that we're using.
Yeah.
Yeah, its AC right now is 19. That's why I think I broke down the coal one, because it knocked its AC up to 22 plus dex, which is 0. So it just knocks it from 19 to 22. But the Gilded Death one, though, where you were resistant to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing, would be good
It
also.
would cut pretty much all the damage.
Yeah, we cut all the damage in half that we got.
Well, the big plus there is if you go up with against another one with a wrecking ball, instead of double damage, it'll do regular damage.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I say either the raised AC or the middle one.
The Gilded Death.
Yeah, that doesn't say from non-magical sources, right? It just says piercing, bludgeoning, and
Slashing is what he said. Like
Yeah.
Chris said.
All right. Last thing for deciding factor. You said a modifier for dexterity. The machine doesn't have dexterity. Does the driver give it the driver's dexterity?
No, the machines have their own dexterity.
Okay.
Yeah, the Demon Grinder's dex is 10 plus 0. It's a plus 0 modifier, so.
Well, for the demon grinder, I think the smaller bikes actually have a high dexterity.
Yeah, they do. So.
yeah, this one doesn't.
Okay. So in that case, for this thing, I think the maximum effect they'll get is with the second one, the half damage or the resistant to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing.
Yeah, we're just a big old DACA racer, or what is it? What is that race through the desert?
Roadrunner?
Dakar racers.
I don't remember.
What you're talking about, I don't remember the name.
Hildago. A few movies with them. Oh, those were horses, though.
Yeah, that was a horse. Yeah, Dakar. DAKAR trucks. That's what this thing is going to be.
Okay. Let's go with the Gilded Death armor then.
Okay.
That's the resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing.
There's the decision. All right.
One of you guys is writing all this down, right?
Yep.
Sure. Find my shit.
I got it written down.
You got everything? Okay.
I just have written down vial spray. I'm sure we could Google it, get the stats.
And then the only thing left that I know of is the extra charge add-ons, correct?
Yeah, the charge for the teleporter.
Got to figure out what they would want for that.
And are we going to be taking a break?
Yeah, take a break now.
Okay.
Yep, that'll give me time to go get something to drink.
Okay.
Actually, Chris, do you have a scanner?
No.
Okay. I have. All right. That was the hope for scan the page, and then we'd all have the stats.
I'll get it.
So, yeah, because I mean, our two choices with the harpoon guns were the stick sprayers and the people on sticks.
Yeah, but I'll find the stats for everything, and I can put it on our messenger thing for everybody.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can take a picture. What I can get a picture of here.
Oh shit, we could have all had like bikes, couldn't we?
Do what?
We could have all had bikes.
I thought they only offered one
Oh, did they?
vehicle.
I'm more concerned about the fuel for them.
Yeah, that's
We
true.
take one machine, we only have to supply fuel for one machine, and we all are carried.
Yeah, it would be cool though if we all had our own bikes that had like teleporters on them, and
Yeah.
and that armor that made the AC go up.
Yeah.
Because then the dexterity on the Devil's Ride on the motorcycles is +4.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So the AC starts at 23 anyway.
Yeah.
So then you get that special armor that ups it even more, and then add 4 to that. Chris has to roll like a 29 to hit us when we're on our bikes.
Well, we could. I got to reading also too on the Demon Grinder. We have the cargo capacity. We could probably carry one of those bikes as a backup.
Yep.
If they'll let us.
If you get a chance, you'll take that
All right.
garbage out.
I'll be back in a minute, guys.
Thank you.
Take your break.
Eh.
Yeah, we're gonna load up one of these.
What we do is we leave it hanging in the claw on the back, and one of us can run and jump on it and let it go.
What's going to be interesting is like this thing, we're going to end up like driving something or having something chase us, and we're going to hook the claw to it. It's going to be big, right?
Yeah.
We're going to drive it straight off a cliff, and then we're going to hit the teleport button so we're back on top of the cliff and they're falling.
There you go. It's so beautiful. Oh. What are you little big puppy dog guys? Do not look.
All right, I'm back, gentlemen.
All right, so I just sent y'all a picture through here of what our truck what I'm imagining our truck kind of looks like, or drives like anyway. I don't know if you guys can. It's in the chat. You may have to download it.
All right, so I took pictures of the stuff, and it's surprisingly pretty readable. In the group chat,
So if we put that cold armor on the bike, that would raise its AC to 26. It would actually drop its AC from 23 to 22 and then raise it up to 26.
so um, Chanka says, "You want teleporter? Make offer."
Hmm.
I think I have another water skin full of holy water.
What do we have that they might want?
That's what I'm trying to figure out right now.
Do they want platinum? They said platinum was high valued.
With your ability to remember things word for word, the exact remembrance of that is soul coins are more precious than gold, silver, and platinum.
Right. Hmm.
Yeah, and I'm not giving them soul coins. Is there a way that I could add my horseshoes of speed to our war machine?
No,
Damn. It's worth a shot.
I think it says it has to be equipped on an animal.
Yeah, I think specifically it has to be equipped onto a horse.
Yep.
Or a unicorn or Pegasus, but
Hell, I'd probably allow it on a cow. Any hoofed creature.
I'm putting these motherfuckers on a Minotaur.
Yeah, I mean they came off of the demon, and the demon's like a half horse, half minotaur. So, I mean, I'll roll it back to say anything with a hoof, other than like a pig or a lamb, you know,
A goat.
or a goat.
Good luck finding them, though.
To eat, Chappy. You've not eaten all
These
day.
are some good fucking grapes, boy.
All right, let's see. I'm going to offer them a painting of an airship. I'm going to be like, this is a plan for a war machine that you may never have built yet.
Chanka starts hopping over towards you and starts moving his head and neck around. Let me see.
I'm going to say, but we need you to install the teleporter not only on that one, but also on one of the bikes that we need to take with us as well.
Nope, only one teleporter. All we have one. One teleporter. That's all we have.
Okay, well then put the smoke screen on the bike.
No, too valuable.
For plans of another war machine that you've never even seen before?
He hops away from you and they start squawking in different languages. And Clonk stamps one of his feet and crosses his arms. And Chonka hops back over to you and says, no, only teleporter.
Well,
You give plans, we give you teleporter.
if you feel it's that valuable, let's see, could I add, let's see, what do we got? Yeah, I don't really have anything else. Does anybody else have any random items that these guys might like?
I just went through everything, and I don't have, no.
All right, I'm erasing the painting of the airship, which, holy shit, I never thought that would come in useful like that, but that is badass.
All right.
Yeah, I don't have anything.
I don't think I still have a tooth.
Now, question, you're talking about taking bikes too?
Well, we were thinking we could fit one bike on the war machine.
Oh,
Kind of like an emergency backup.
okay.
Or if we're in the middle of a battle and we need to, basically just jet off. In fact, maybe we should put the teleporter on the bike so we can all just hop on the bike, teleport off. Can the bike carry all four of us?
No.
Okay, it can only carry one of us.
I'm not sure if it's one or two. It should say in the vehicle description. Hold on.
I'm pulling it up.
It says one medium creature.
One medium creature.
Hi.
You know, if they're gonna let us take a bike, I think that should just be extra for an emergency. It really doesn't need upgrades.
Hi. Oh.
Well, I was thinking more of like if we were in a battle and we, would drop off the bike and they would go back and forth, shooting spells off the side of the bike or something while everybody else kind of battled. But I guess we're just going to have like a our ship, their ship thing going on, which is cool too.
All right. So have we got this ironed out yet?
Yeah, I think so. I guess we're just gonna have the teleporter on there. And we aren't getting the bike, or we are.
I would take the bike just in case.
Can we take the bike? I guess is what I.
Yeah, that's true. Can we take the bike?
Yep. You can mount it. Hold on, someone's calling me or something.
Adam.
Oh.
Yeah, it came through to all of us.
Yeah. He joined the chat, is what he did.
Oh. Okay. What is he doing?
He's trying to call us.
Why?
I don't know. What's up, Adam?
Hello?
I think it's just all of us.
I'm just gonna hit decline. That's what I do.
Okay.
It just opened up and answered on me. I didn't even hit anything.
Yeah, we'll say you have a bike on there.
Okay.
Wait.
I think that irons it out nicely.
Can we get the different armor on the bike?
Hold on, I gotta see if it's even possible. I'm not sure it is.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh,
God, asleep. He's asleep. Poor thing.
he pocket dialed us.
Yeah, I guess you can. It doesn't say you can't.
All right.
Yeah, they're willing to give you a bike and give it an armor upgrade. Actually, the one you want is already upgraded there.
Okay, so the bike has what armor on it?
The cold armor.
Yeah, so its AC should be 26.
Okay. Taking one bike with cold armor. With the K-Knight armor.
But which would be nice if Adam and somebody else joins us, because then we'll have both fully manned.
Yeah.
But I'd say we're done. We can move on from there.
Yeah. If we have to, I'll drive the bike and jump out and be shooting spells out while you guys fight the main battle. And then I can teleport back onto the thing if I have to.
You just want to be Cloud.
Hey, man, I played a shit ton of Road Rash when I was a kid. I don't know if you guys ever played that, but probably my favorite racing game ever.
All right.
It was the one where you're on the motorcycle, and other people are on motorcycles, and you can like wait for the one guy who goes to swing at you with a club and snag the club, and then you get to beat everybody with a club. You can ride with like one leg up, holding it forever, like looking like you're a dog peeing on a bush. And then when you get close to somebody, you just kick the bike out from under them.
So are we leaving right away, or?
Give me a minute. I'm still trying to get things set up and ready for you.
Yeah, I think that flyer thing was for some kind of competition.
When I first made this map, I was so excited to give you guys an Infernal War Machine that I actually got all of this. As your machine moves across Avernus, it's going to churn up all the sand and act like, you know, like a dirt dune buggy. So it's kicking up dust and sand as it's rolling.
Oh, sweet.
Nice.
I gave it some effects. All right, so yeah, I mean, you get done with Clunk and Chunk, Chaka and Clunk, and
Where do we need to head?
that is the question, isn't it?
Um, oh, shit.
Did anybody think to ask that of Maggie before we left?
I think we need to go to the Wandering Emporium where Lulu hid.
Lulu says, I don't know where that's at. It wanders around. That's something we'll just have to stumble upon, probably.
Or,
It's probably already moved from when I saw it.
and Maggie said Smiler the Defiler may help us.
Then there's Mad Eye.
I think Mad Eye's the one that runs the
Yeah,
Emporium.
Mad Eye runs the Wandering Emporium, so we might want to try to find Smiler the Defiler. I don't know.
Both of them are like random encounters.
I think I might know where we go from here. I saw it. I saw it in the telescope.
Okay. Where shall we go, Lulu?
She's going to take us straight to Azrael, isn't she?
She says, I think we go this way.
All right, so who's driving?
Yep, we need to get that ironed out right now. Who's doing what?
I got a +3 to my dex.
I don't think your score is rolling to the machine.
Okay.
But I do have proficiency with land vehicles.
You
That
also have like, sorry.
that will go into the machine.
Okay, so whoever is proficient with land vehicles,
Yeah, but he's also our best fighter, which is my only argument against that.
Yeah, agreed.
If he's driving the machine and we have a bunch of things like jump on us and like try to mount the vehicle while we're driving,
he points us in a direction, and I believe it says that if the driver stops steering, it'll just keep going in the direction that it's supposed to be going. So he could jump out of the seat and drive, and fight.
all right.
But
Why don't we have him teach one of us how to drive the vehicle?
Well, also too, though, I might need to be free in case something gets damaged on the vehicle. Oh, did it freeze?
No, well, maybe, I don't know.
Who froze?
Oh,
No.
there you go.
Okay, no, we're not pros.
All right, but you know, since I have advantage on repairing the vehicle as well.
Well, what we can do is you can drive it.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize that it kept going if you jumped off.
I'm not sure where I saw that. I'm
It
trying
doesn't say that.
to
Okay. Well, Yeah, I mean, I think if you can just show us all a little bit about how to drive it.
Yeah.
So if you do have to jump up, and any one of us can jump in place of you, and do roughly as well.
At least keep it from driving into a ditch.
I'll be betting. I get +1 on my proficiency bonus for it, so.
Okay. Well, you have proficiency?
No, I have half proficiency.
Okay.
All right, so when you're driving it, I'll say you can fit one other person in the helm with you.
Okay.
You need to tell me who's in the helm.
I think Tom should be the secondary if he has the best.
But
If he
then Tom can't man anything else.
Correct.
Well, for right now, I'm learning how.
So for right now, I think we put people where they need to be. I mean,
All right. Yeah, let's figure out where we're going to be in general, and then we can go from there.
All right.
Well,
Okay, so
you know that you'll be able to scramble from the helm to your station. It'll take you about 20 feet of movement to get to a station.
okay,
Helm.
okay. So we'll
Actually, it's difficult terrain because you're climbing on a moving vehicle over bumps and finding handholds. So it's only 20 feet, but difficult terrain.
Is the control for the claw up on top of the vehicle?
Yeah.
So that would be the crow's nest as well?
That'd be perfect.
Really doesn't have a crow's nest, but there's enough,
well, I mean,
there's enough metal sticking up and around that it provides its half cover.
okay, but it is the highest point on the vehicle you can get and see.
Yes.
Okay. So I think that should probably be where I stay normally, since I have like good perception. I can see farther and better than everybody else.
And remember, you'll have to go over to the scavenger in Beyond because it's not in the book and get the claw, what it says about the claw from there.
Okay.
I think it's got like 15 feet of reach, +5 to hit.
And then you guys, man, you guys can man the 2 harpoons.
and leave the chomper unmanned.
Do we? I guess we do need one person using the acid spitter.
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, who wants the acid spitter?
Which one has better view in case I want to cast a spell out at something? Or does it not matter, just half cover?
It doesn't matter, it's half cover. Whoever mans the harpoons can probably, in 30 feet of movement, 5, 10, 15, yeah, in 30 feet of movement, can get to the other harpoon. So almost doesn't matter.
So, Allie, you want the acid sprayer and I'll take a harpoon, I guess?
That sounds good.
All right, there we go.
All right, and now I will say that if at any point people want to sit in the helm and learn from Low, after I'll say 3 times of declaring that you're riding with Low and learning from him, you can pick up the land vehicle feat or land vehicle knowledge from him. Proficiency
Yeah.
automatically. He can
Okay.
do that. All right.
So we all get that?
So is there somebody gonna ride with me this first time out, or are you gonna give me a minute to settle in and get the hang of this thing?
Probably let you get the hang of it.
Yeah.
I think I'll ride with you the first time.
So you can point and laugh.
So I can sit there and give you inspiration as we go.
Yeah, true.
I can drive for 10 minutes at a time.
Say what?
I can drive for 10 minutes at a time.
Is that
All
what
right,
it's like 10 minutes per coin?
Channel divinity. I can pick up one skill or something.
The soul coin, I believe, should tell you how long it can power each type of vehicle.
It has 3 charges, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, you said that there was 24 hours per charge.
Yeah, but it's different charges for different things.
Yeah, the bikes are one thing and all the other vehicles are a different thing.
I'm looking now.
So am I.
yeah, I'm reading the description and it doesn't say anything yet. And is there already a pre-existing charge on the thing since it is able to drive it out?
They're all full when we get them.
Jackie. Did you want tacos? Jackie. Hey, Jackie. Jackie. Jackie.
I know somewhere in the book it tells you. Because I know one charge lasts for different durations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just explains carrying it. And it says using them, but the 3 abilities that it gives. Because if this truck uses too much, we might have gone with a different vehicle.
I know I've read it in this freaking book and now I can't find it. Ah, soul fuel. Here it is. All right, soul fuel. 1 charge is 24 hours. 2 charge is 48. 3 charge is 72 hours.
Okay.
So each of the coins is
When,
72.
when you place a soul coin into its slot, it looks like a jukebox slot on the helm. As the machine drives, the tailpipe emits audible screams of anguish out to a range that can be heard out to a range of 60 feet.
Wow.
This thing's as we go shooting by at 100 feet per 6 seconds.
No, get out the garbage can.
Oh, that's wrong on so many levels.
Mad Max, I'm telling you.
Huh?
Whoever created this had Mad Max in the head.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So that's going to be it for all of the vehicles. One charge is one charge. One soul is 24 hours. Two charges is 48. Three charges is 72 hours. So
And that's just if you spend some of it, because I don't think you can put a coin in and expend so many charges.
So it'll take all three when you pop it in. But that's like for example, the 24 or the 72 hours or whatever is run time, not constantly counting when you shut the machine off, right? You know what we need to get you to? You're riding on top.
All right, so an Infernal War Machine's furnace consumes a soul coin instantly, expending all of the coin's remaining charges at once and destroying the coin in the process. The soul trapped in the coin becomes trapped in the furnace instead, powering the Infernal War Machine for the duration determined by how many charges the soul coin had when it was consumed. So no, it's not a matter of start turning the machine on and off. Once you put that coin in, you're on a 72-hour countdown, or 24 hours or 48 hours. However many souls that particular coin has, we'll say the 4 coins you have right now are all full. But eventually you might run across coins that only have 1 soul or 2 souls. But once you put that coin in, you've got 3 days of that use of that vehicle.
Okay. Well, the reason I was asking is because when when I was helping them fix that one, they said to shut it off and save the soul. So that kind of what made me think that.
Yeah. No, that was a gaffe on my end.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I love you. What do you want from me? He's busy. He's busy. Come say hi. Okay. Love you too. All right. So, Lulu has given you a direction to go.
All right. So
For 6 seconds is actually 11 miles per hour.
Yeah, not very fast, huh?
And Chris, last thing, just because we have, we kind of jumped with checking out the War Machine and everything. Did she ever talk to me about exchanging spells, or not interested, or?
Oh, you want to talk to her before you leave about that?
Yeah, I was going to.
All right, so go talk to her.
And I figured it would be while they were working on the machine.
Okay, that's fine. So we'll cut over to you.
Okay. So if she's in her room, I go and knock.
Okay, you pat on the tent pole. Oh!
I say, "It is I, Morn."
Hold on.
All of a sudden, she sounds very old and frail.
Come on.
Welcome. Welcome. Do you need anything in particular?
I was wondering what, or if you had made a decision on whether you were interested in exchanging spells with me.
Oh, I believe we can.
You say I have a list here of the spells I have available if you're interested.
Indeed.
It creeps me out every time. Sorry. I hand her the list.
All right.
And I say I have a few spells that I'm specifically looking for, but one
I
very,
certainly have no idea what you're talking about.
Wrong button. What do you want?
the most important one is, if she has it, the spell called Shield.
That is such a good one.
Shield?
But I have Shield, Thunderwave, Unseen Servant, Snare, Illusionary Script, and
Stop.
sorry.
Ready to put next to him for yes or check mark?
Mirror image.
Go down the list.
Shield,
Oh, I believe we can.
Thunderwave,
Certainly.
Unseen Servant,
Absolutely not.
Snare,
Absolutely.
Illusionary Script,
No.
Ice Knife.
Oh, I believe we can.
Okay. And do you want a list of my spells that she would pick from, or no?
Certainly not. I'll hex you for that one.
All right. And I say thank you. You've been very helpful, ma'am.
A pleasure doing business with you. Come back anytime.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So you've been getting busy with Maggie.
Yes, he has.
Meanwhile, while he's doing that, I'm sitting outside playing my banjo, making a new song.
All right.
Like making imagining as I'm playing it, like a pile of rags is coming to life and dancing. And one of the piles is like taking the form of Eric, and another pile is taking the form of Maggie. And it's like bending one of the piles over.
Oh my. Oh boy.
All right. You done?
Yep, I'm done. That was it.
All right. So we ready to move?
Ready to move.
Roll out. Hey, Tom, I sent you something. It's your new ride. You need to get you an electric guitar.
You know what?
Huh?
The next Bard I make
Yeah.
is going to be a communist,
Yeah.
and his name is Tom Morello, and he will have an electric guitar.
Flame throwing electric guitar.
Yeah. And his whole thing, he's going to be like, no, I'm going to bring balance to the world. Everyone will be even.
Same game.
All right, so you're rolling through the Avernus wasteland at about 11 miles per hour. Not the fastest thing on Earth. You probably find horses that move quicker. But the one thing you notice is that unlike a horse, this doesn't take any physical energy from you. So you don't have to roll those shitty exhaustion rolls.
Nice.
You're not walking through this land anymore. And you get to this spot where hold on, why is this not? How do I untoggle it? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. There it is. So Lulu had you travel northwest roughly about, you've been driving for about 8 hours. And it's getting close to nightfall. Well, you it's really not nightfall, but about 12 hours has passed since you woke up and ate breakfast and went on your spirit journey with Lulu. But she leads you to this spot where ahead of you, you see wrought iron trees lining a trail that leads up to the summit of a steep hill. Anguished knights are impaled on these trees' metal branches. Their bodies are writhing in torment as bloated sturges feast on their blood.
Looks like a place for a druid of industry.
Come on, Chapman.
Industrialized druids. All right.
Oxymoron is what that is.
Do what?
An oxymoron is what that is.
Who you calling a moron? I like that one guy is like stabbed by his feet.
Just from looking at it, you know that to get to the summit of this mountain, you're not going to be able to drive up there. You're going to have to park and hoof it off on foot up the mountain. But Lulu says she thinks the sword might be at the top of this mountain.
Well, I don't see no huge fortress that they keep telling me about.
I am wondering if maybe we shouldn't try to get a rest in before we go. Or do you guys want to head up?
You can sleep in your machine. It's big enough
Oh,
to get inside of it.
what? So we've been up for 16 hours now?
Well, you woke up, ate breakfast, all that was about an hour. Then Maggie came and got you. And you went and you spent about 4 hours dealing with Maggie's vision quest with Lulu. About another hour picking out what you wanted on your machine, and they had one that fit your specifications already. And about 8 hours of driving. So what's that all add up to?
11.
About 11, 12 hours.
Okay, so other than Morn having ability checks at disadvantage, we're all pretty much ready to go Nova, right?
I'm game.
I mean, I'm down some hit points, but I mean, I can cast healing on myself.
Yeah, I'm not too terrible.
If you're, how down are you?
22.
Well, you can say that while you've been in the machine, you've got a short rest then.
Okay.
All right, I'll pitch short rest. I don't know what that'll do, but I'll
You get
see.
to roll.
Unfortunately, when the machine's in motion, there is no long resting on it because it's bumpy and moving through a harsh landscape. There's just no way to sleep through it.
We haven't invented shock absorbers yet.
Did you guys take damage during the? What did you take damage from?
I took psychic damage from the vision thing.
Oh, okay.
How do I roll my hit die?
Huh? When you hit short rest, it gives you the option to
I
select.
did.
You
All right.
select it.
So who do we need? Do we need to leave somebody at the vehicle to guard it?
That would probably, well, it'd be smart and or foolish, splitting the party up.
Yeah, that's my worry.
I say we just all go. We don't know what's up there, and even if we lose the vehicle, it's best to have the party together.
How far up is it?
Manually roll it then.
Hold on.
I'll do that.
Is it less than 500 feet?
Yeah, mine didn't do that either. You roll your hit dice and add your con modifier.
Where's my hit die coming out?
Alright, if you look at your bottom left, you have a picture of a dice.
Looks like
Yeah, but I need
the
to know.
trek is about between 400 and 500 feet to the top.
Hit your rest button.
So I should probably be able to dimension door back to the
I
warp
am.
if I
You
can.
said
I hit the short rest button.
Probably, yes.
Yeah, I want to have Andy park the war machine as close as possible so that I'll be able to get back to it quickly if I have to.
Yeah.
And hopefully I can delay whoever is trying to steal it. While the rest of you guys come running. If I can't just stop them outright, which I don't think I have anything for that just yet.
Parking where you parked right there, direct line of sight. You're probably about 350 feet away from the summit. That's accounting for distance and height elevation.
Okay, cool. All right, let's go.
Alright, so what's the overall plan now?
We're all going up.
We're all
All right.
if we see somebody trying to mess with our thing, I'm grabbing low and dimension dooring to the thing.
Sounds good.
Okay.
You just run up and be like, Tom, do the thing.
Do the thing.
Let me get your party stuck on the map.
Hey.
Stuck on you.
You know what's really funny? We opted out of the ice armor for the main ship. So I bet you there's going to be something eventually that we run into that does some pretty nasty ice damage.
Yep.
Well, yeah, no.
It also upped the AC, which was actually kind of nice too.
Yeah.
It upped the AC to 22.
Uh-huh.
Now that motorcycle has an AC of 26 instead of 23. and our big vehicle halves all damage done to it, basically.
Yeah, except like cold or radiant or something like that.
Right, but all
What's up?
magic.
For something down here besides us that casts radiant damage, then I'd be a little worried.
Well, there is the angel.
Yeah.
True.
All right. Marching order. Are we going single file?
I'll go in front.
I'll do number 2,
I'm in the middle.
and then I will get second in line.
And I'll take in the rear. Take the rear.
Oh, is Lulu still with us?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why? Do you not want her with you?
No, I just thought that she was like, okay, I've told you everything. Now go. I think that might have been Maggie.
Yeah. You have stuff.
Mista,
Oh.
you gotta help me out. You gotta get me out of here, Mista.
All right. So we begin our climb up this mountain.
Yeah, I'm just gonna pull out the banjo and start singing and playing.
I don't know why I put Fog of War up.
I'm gone to Carolina. Can't you feel the brimstone burning in through your toes?
Man, I am
Every
lagging
rover
like
safety.
crazy.
100.9.
You're just like a gnome of mine.
Let me get rid of this Fog of War.
Just shit on us from behind. Yeah, we're gone to the 9 hells in our minds. And with that, I'm giving Eric inspiration
Woo!
for the next 10 minutes.
My fingers are bleeding.
And then I'm going to switch it over to counter charm.
There we go. All right, so you're walking along, and it takes you about 15 minutes to reach the summit. And you get to the top up here, and you see all these bodies stuck and anguished all over these iron trees. You see sturges feasting on all of them, and you see these fat sturges full of blood fly to this figure that you're now standing in front of. And you see him stick the needle into the creature and become skinnier.
He's being fed.
You hear Lulu whisper a word, a name really, Jander Sunstar. And when she says this name, the figure raises its head. And Lulu says, he rode with Zariel. He was one of her most devoted Hell Riders.
He was the one who stabbed the sword into the stone, correct?
No,
No.
Oh.
This is the one that closed the gate and tried to leave us here. He got out. I have no idea how he got back here. He must have died. He must be trapped here. And when she says he must be trapped here, he raises his head. He says, Lulu, Lulu, can, can, can you let me down? And she looks at him and she says, you betrayed Zario. And she looks at him just pitifully. When he sees the pity in her eyes, his eyes glow red and his mouth opens, showing two fangs in his mouth. He says, release me. I'll tell you anything. Just release me.
When I see the fangs, does that tell me vampire, or does he not look like a vampire?
You're pretty sure he is an elven vampire.
Ooh.
So I'll be like, what information do you have that could be of interest to us?
Harum and I were both part of the host warriors who joined Zariel in her assault on the Nine Hells. After charging through the portal into Avernus, I panicked and I fled back to El Terrell. I betrayed my braver comrades by sealing the portal behind them. My fellow deserters and I never revealed our shameful retreat and betrayal of Zariel. It was a badge of shame that the Hell Riders, as they came to be known, would wear in secret until the grave.
Oh, it's okay. We figured that one out before we came here.
I became a vampire, not by choice, but the years of anguish, I couldn't live with it anymore. I chose to face the sun and throw myself on Lathander's mercy. My prayer fell on deaf ears. My soul was condemned to the Nine Hells to suffer for my sins. I've suffered enough. Please take me off of this tree.
Have you suffered enough?
I've been trapped here for over 100 years on this tree. They won't even let my body die. These infernal blood-sucking bats draw blood from the other victims on the other trees and pour that blood into me. They won't even allow me to die.
And do you know where the sword we seek is?
Lulu says, I think I made a mistake bringing you here. I need to think about my dreams more. I need to try to remember. I need to try to remember where the Citadel is. Give me 1 second.
What do you guys? We'll do like a little huddle.
Yeah, huddle up, go over.
This is why I wanted those little telepathic earrings to talk, so we could all just like sit here and have conversations when people are in front of us.
I say he's a vampire. Most likely, if we let him down, he's going to attack us.
I agree.
Will he? I mean, he's not just like a crazed beast. We let him down, he may attack us. He may let us go, and as a professional courtesy, he knows that we are probably able to take him down if need be.
I'm game for helping the guy out.
We could also take him down and put him in manacles.
Another option is before we let him down, I can put a circle of protection around him and keep him in.
A globe of invulnerability.
No, just a magic circle.
Whew. In case he has an insurance policy, in case he decides to try to attack us. But what if he realizes what you're doing and we let him down, but then...
No, I put the circle around him and then we let him down.
I won't hurt any of you. I just want to be let down. I just want to die. Finally rest.
He might be able to help us, though.
I go over and I let him down.
Go.
I'm just going to make an executive decision and go do it.
I'll help you.
All right, so the two of you start walking over to.
Close eye on those sturges.
You start walking over to help him, and you hear a booming voice. You have your hands on him, and you're trying to lift him, and you see the pain in his eyes, and he's just so weak. They're feeding him blood, but not enough to give him any strength to pull himself off of the spike. They're just giving him the bare minimum of food and sustenance to keep him alive and in pain. So he really can't help him. And as your hands are on him trying to push him up, you hear far off in the sky, "Halt! Do not release my prisoners." And you see flying through the air a figure clad in black armor riding a nightmare through the sky. You all know what nightmares are.
Oh, yeah.
And he is holding a large flaming sword. And Jonder looks down at you as your hands are still on him, holding him. He says, "Harm has come. Flee Save yourselves. I'm sorry. And as he says that, a bunch of sturges in the trees, possibly on cue from Harem, because they all look at Harem and then they all start flying in towards the party.
All right.
Everyone roll initiative.
No. No.
Woohoo!
No.
Low,
I have a 10.
Warren,
4.
Tom,
I got a 9.
Illyria.
5. We're screwed.
Here we go, for better or for worse.
This is gonna hurt.
Yeah, I do believe so. We released him, right?
Well, it all depends on what 5th edition Sturges do.
All right, so to make this easier, each of these 3 flocks of sturges are comprised of 6 sturges. So when I roll to attack for one, I'm rolling to attack for all. Same thing with the damage. It will speed us up through this encounter.
Okay.
Not bad.
All right, the first group of sturges, they are going to, since Tom and Lo were the ones trying to remove the damned from the tree, low, high or low?
What do you mean? I'm sorry.
Just say high or low.
Low.
10 and below. Tom, they are attacking you.
Okay. Eric, remember you have inspiration. That's a D8.
Oh. Can I use that for initiative? Or is it too late? It's too late now because we
Right.
already.
We are already into the battle.
You could have used that for initiative, yes.
Could have.
All right, so they're attacking me.
Yeah. Does a 15 hit?
It does not.
All right, so these sturges come at you, and you're able to. What weapon are you using?
Oh, well, right now, I'd imagine my hands are firmly on that guy. So I'm probably grabbing that guy and turning his ass as much as possible to use him like a shield.
Well, you can't do that because he's impaled on a spike.
Yeah, I'm sure it probably hurts like hell on him.
Yeah. You're able to maneuver around him and use him as a shield. And he just sits there and he says, lovely. All right.
Hey, man, I'm chaotic good. I was going to help him out, but, shit went sideways, and he just happened to be the thing in my hands.
They can get about there.
And these are the mosquito-like things, right?
Yeah,
Like-
they're called sturges.
Yeah, I think I dealt with these things my very first round with this guy. back in Waterdeep, a troll came out of the yawning portal and it was covered in sturges. Almost got killed by one.
By one.
Yeah, I was level 1 and it like landed on me and bit me. And then like the next round it was about to start sucking, but I grabbed it and pulled it off. And I think it's like sucker damage is like 2d10 or something ridiculous.
Oh, wow.
Like it's piercing damage. When it bite, it like latches onto you one turn, and that dealt like 1 damage or 1d4 or something. But then the sucker damage was like, no, I think it was like 6 damage or something. But it was enough to kill a 1 level or level 1 character.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So what's this one? It's got a dash.
Yeah, somewhere.
All right. Tom, because of your passive perception, while you're evading these sturges, you're looking at the branch right next to Jander Sunstar. Just out of the corner of your eye, you see a bas relief of a name begin to form on this branch. And you look at it, and then you look at the branch that's holding Jander Sunstar, and you see the name Jander Sunstar on that branch. You look back at the other branch, and it says Tom Petty.
Oh shit!
Have you ever seen different Tom Petty?
There is, but I don't think that this one's meaning that one.
All right, Lo, you're up.
All right, I guess I'm going to attack the things.
Does that thing look like, does the guy writing the nightmare, does he look like he's a human
Um,
or
I mean,
humanoid?
he's human-esque. He looks like a knight.
Like if somebody used hold person, it might work.
Ooh, that's asking for some metagame there.
I was like, is he a person?
Who are you asking?
Well, I mean, I would be just like Tom Petty would look up and see him.
So let's do this. During your turn,
I can do a perception check.
and you can use your free action to ask a question to someone in the party, or you can perception check. You can do a plethora of things, but I'm not going to give you an answer. I'm not going to tell you. But Lo, where are you going? You've got the ones right there by Tom.
I'm attacking those.
You've got a boulder. So those sturges would be out of your reach right now. They're flying over the boulder.
The ones right by Tom?
Okay.
Yeah. Because there's a 50-50 chance to either hit him or me, so they should be close enough for me to hit them. And just for the hell of it, I'm going to go ahead and rage. Finish hitting buttons here. All right. First attack.
28 hits. Roll damage.
That'll be 15.
Hold on. All right, so what are you using as a weapon?
The +2 longsword.
So you're like a fucking little samurai, man. You leap forward, and these things are like swarming around Tom and Sunstar. In fact, I need to move Tom over by him because he was playing with him while he was.
Lo was right there with me.
Yeah, I was helping him.
You're right.
It's just I saw the bats coming, so.
So you're just slicing every fucking flying object you see fluttering around, and you're able to take out all 6 of these things, man. You see Sturgis just falling to your feet. You're like, you know.
Okay. Okay, so those on top of the boulder I can't reach.
Nope.
7 in one stroke.
And I sheathed the weapon in the process.
It's like a swarm of rats. If you're fighting a swarm of rats, you're not damaging just that one rat.
Yeah.
In D&D anyhow, if you do X amount of damage to a swarm, you kill the swarm.
Okay. Well, I'm going to use my movement and head towards that max right there.
Moving off of the path is going to be difficult terrain.
I should still have enough, I think. I don't know.
That's going to be 5, 10, 15, 25. What's your movement?
It's 35.
So if we move you, that's 5, 10, 15, 25, 35 will get you right here.
Is that within range of any of them?
No, not yet.
Okay. I'll just have to hold my second attack then.
All right.
Yeah. I can't do anything else.
That's going to bring up Tom.
All right, so there's a swarm that's right next to me or right behind me on the rocks, right?
Yep.
And another one that's like just past the tree.
Yep. They're kind of downhill, but still eye level with you.
All right, so taking a look at the guy on the nightmare, does the nightmare look like the size of a normal horse?
Yes.
Huge. Okay, it's the normal horse. Then the guy who's riding it looks about the size of a normal guy.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to cast Hold Person on him.
What's the range on that?
60 feet.
You're well outside 60 feet, I believe. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 45, 50, 55. 60 gets you about halfway there.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I couldn't tell. Then I guess I won't be doing that. And instead...
I mean, if you want to hold your... for the next round...
No, I'll just wait till he gets closer. For this round, I will take. I already have the banjo ready, so I'll pull the banjo out or to the forefront, and I will cast Fairy Fire. And I can only get one of those groups of bats, right?
Shit, he could have moved a lot further. I'm sorry?
I can only get one of those groups of bats, right?
Yes, the Sturges.
Or Sturges. Yeah, so I'll get the ones on the rock.
Okay.
It's a DC 16 dex save.
What are you casting?
Fairy Fire.
So when you cast it, your spell shoots towards them, and they all scatter away from it, and then come back together as your spell shoots through. They have a +3 on their dex. Surprisingly, they've got 2 hit points, and their AC is 14. They're little AB pieces of shit, but they've got 16 dex.
Yeah, well, I figured, but it was the only thing I really had, so
Yeah. I rolled 17. That's a dirty 20.
that'll be my turn.
All right. That's going to bring up Illyria.
I am casting Sacred Flame on the swarm of bats on top of the boulder. It's a dex saving throw of 15.
Hold on 1 second. Sorry.
Can I yell? These things don't seem that smart, but they're pretty damn quick.
All right, Allie, I'm sorry. I was making an adjustment to something. What are you doing?
I'm casting Sacred Flame on the things that are on top of the boulder.
Okay. Is that a roll to hit, or is it a...
A dex save of 15.
They fail.
Give me a minute to get the thing to roll. That's what I hit. Right?
Let me know, let me stop.
That is 8 radiant damage.
All right. You took out a good portion of the swarm.
Sweet. That's my turn. That's all I'm gonna do. Now, one other question. The thing on the nightmare, is it flying?
It is flying.
So I can see it, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna stay where I'm at.
All right. That brings Morn up.
All right. Let me see. I'm gonna get a nice little arrow. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. So now I think I'm gonna move here.
You're on normal terrain. That's 20 feet of movement.
Yeah, I didn't need the whole thing. I am going to cast a 0 level spell, Sacred Flame. Oh, shit. They're Sturgis, so they're alive. I'm gonna go for a roll to hit instead. I'm gonna cast Chill Touch on these.
Roll to hit.
24.
That hits. Roll damage.
14. And in preparation for the fight to come, I am going to go ahead and cast Spiritual Weapon. So 21 to hit these two.
Hold on. You cast Spiritual Weapon.
Yep. Level 4.
Did we just clean up all the Sturges that quickly?
Yeah, I mean, it's the swarm rules speed up combat, but if you don't get hit, it really simplifies too.
I mean, getting hit with a swarm would suck all of a sudden, just like 8 of them biting into you.
Okay, so I
How much damage?
swung at the Sturges,
You
hit
hit.
21, did 6 points of damage.
All right. Your hammer appears and beats the fuck out of them all. You got anything else?
4. That's it.
All right. Lulu takes her turn. She flies up in the air about 70 feet. And she's like, I'll provide the air support. Let this guy come and get some. I've remembered quite a few of my spells now.
I can't wait till she becomes a war mammoth.
Yeah.
So Lulu flies up, and what she doesn't see is as she rises into the air, a giant wasp flies up behind her to meet her. And you see him wrap his arms around Lulu, and you see a stinger come from underneath him and sting Lulu, and you hear Lulu cry out in pain.
No!
Ah, bugger.
Are we still in initiative?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
The wasp was
Yes, we are.
over here on the back side of this boulder,
Okay.
so he wouldn't have been able to be seen. And he didn't even see you guys until he saw Lulu fly into the air. And now,
Where did Lo go?
Lo's there.
In front of you.
Okay, I just can't see you, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, that's how I can make it bigger.
He's taking Lulu away?
So you see this wasp with Lulu. I mean, this is a pretty giant fucking wasp.
The assholes.
It's large, so it's bigger than you. And he's got Lulu in his legs, and he's flying in a northeasterly direction with Lulu, and he's kind of like, you know, the old adage, there's no way a bumblebee should be able to fly with wings so small for a creature that big. And this creature is flying much like a bumblebee through the air, kind of dipping and raising, but it's moving pretty fast.
All right.
I can't move that fast.
That sounded like it was planned.
Yeah.
That's okay. That's part of the game.
All right, that's going to bring him up. And now I realize he's got 90 feet of movement. So that changes things quite a bit.
So he might have been 60 feet away.
Yeah, he could have been. But he moved his move.
Yeah.
So, Lo, you're looking up and you see this flaming horse charging through the sky, descending right at you. And this guy sitting on the back has this lance.
Okay.
Hold on, let me make sure. 230. Because I think the book actually has him drawn up differently than the compendium does. No? Using the exact same stat block. Okay. Well, why does it have... Yeah, okay. He has this lance. And he gets about 10 feet away from you. And he starts stabbing at you with this lance.
All right.
Does a 26 hit?
Yep.
You know what? For shits and giggles, I'm going to use the 112 D12. It almost always rolls a 1 or a 12, so you got a 50-50 shot.
Andy, what is your AC?
19.
So his first attack hits you for 6 points of damage.
All right.
Is that 1 plus 5?
Actually, you're right. There is a +5, and I didn't add that.
Oh, oops.
Oops. All right. Let me add 5 more to it.
My bad.
No, DM gaffed. So, I mean, you've got fire damage coming at you, but
Oh, I have resistance to that.
good. You'll need it.
Oh, shit.
For this battle, you will need that. That's going to be 5 points of fire damage.
Okay, is that already halved?
No. So,
So-
3 points to you.
3 points of fire damage. Okay. Hmm.
And he rolls to hit again. Does
So-
a dirty 20 hit?
Barely.
Cutting words that.
Good. Good. Roll.
Drop that by 3.
Good.
And I'm gonna yell. I'm just gonna yell. Your mom is so ugly that your dad had to go out and get another dad. It was a lot of fun doing.
When you say that and protect Low, you kind of make him miss his shot with a lance. Aram looks at Low and points at him with his free hand. He says, "You will pay for his insufferable behavior."
So, quick
I need
question.
you to roll me a charisma saving throw.
Oh, crap. Charisma.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hoorah!
Don't you wish you bathed with soap?
I rolled a 2.
All right.
No,
Oh,
I do.
no shit. No shit. Uh-oh.
What?
All right, so Lo, you failed. Eric, Allie, Tom, I need you all to roll charisma saving throw, please.
Ooh.
That's weird.
That is going to be a 27.
You're safe?
18.
Yes.
What does inspiration give me?
You get to roll a D8.
Tom, you're
All
safe?
18.
You're safe?
18.
Oh, 13.
All right. You failed and Lo failed. So the two of you,
An 18 failed? Wow.
no, I said you passed.
I got a 13.
Oh, Low and Eric.
Lo and Eric.
Gotcha.
For the next 1 minute, you are terrified. Well, you are frightened of it for 1 minute. You can repeat your saving throw at the end of each of your turns.
Oh, wait, is that a charm effect?
Doesn't say it's a charm.
Okay.
So this is a different condition because the terrified is not on here.
No, it's frightened, not terrified.
Frightened.
All right, so you have disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls while the source of the fear is within line of sight, and you can't willingly move closer to the source of the fear.
Mm.
Let me see if I can find the exact makeup of this spell. See if it's a charm. I don't want to say no if I should be saying yes. I don't want to put you guys through undue.
I could have swore there's a thing about rage. Maybe that's later on. where you can't be frightened while you're enraged.
That's mindless rage.
Yeah, that's later on. I was thinking
So
about.
this is an ability. It's not a charm. Because when I look up this ability, Terrifying Command, it's not a spell. It's not a charm. It's an ability.
Do they get saving throws every turn?
At the end of their turn, yes.
Okay, cool.
Well, there's nothing in that description you read me that says I have to run away from the target.
No, nothing saying you have to run away. You just cannot move closer to him. Right now, you're 10 feet away.
And you have disadvantage on your attacks against him.
Well, I can't reach him anyway because he's 5 feet further away than I. Which means I can't really repost either because even though he can hit me, I can't hit him.
All right, Lo, what are you doing?
Well, I'm obviously a little unnerved.
Oh, yeah, I'd say that.
Unnerved.
Barbarians don't get any kind of defense against fear.
It's only during the mindless rage, which is at a later level.
All right. So we are past time right now. I'll leave it up to you guys. This battle could go another 20, 30 minutes, maybe longer. I've already saved the map. It's already saved right where we're at. Let's call it game because I don't want to upset anyone.
Yeah.
And when we come back, we'll find out what's going on with Lulu, why she's being taken. And
Neighbor.
maybe you guys can prevent her from being taken, but right now it's looking pretty.
On that.
Uh-huh.
I'm already working on that.
Yep, that's what I am too.
Well, you can tell right off the bat, it's already about 50 feet in the air, and however far away it is right now, and it's probably going to get further away faster than you. All of you can tell it's moving far faster than you could dash.
Yeah, but some spells have a long range.
And who said anything about dashing?
Yeah, some spells have a long range. So.
Good game, guys. You guys got your internal war machine up and running. I kind of had a lot of fun with that dream sequence.
That was cool.
Yeah, it was.
I'd say out of the 2 or 3 dream sequences we've had, that was probably the best one. All right. Before we go, I'm going to write down everyone's. I don't need to worry about the Sturges. So NAR went on initiative 14. Because that's the only thing I can't save. Low, your initiative is 10. The Hell Wasp. Also 10. Petty is 9. Illyria is 5, and Morn is 4. All right, I've got all of your initiatives labeled for next game. So when we pick up, we'll be picking up right from where we left off. Oh, crap. It is whose turn? Low just went.
Well, it's currently mine. I haven't
It's
done
currently,
anything.
yeah, it's my turn.
Yeah, it's Lowe's turn. He hasn't acted yet. He's just.
I haven't done anything yet.
You're right. So I marked it down as your initiative.
All right.
You will start with a saving throw against being frightened. Or
That has to be at the end of my turn.
At the end of his turn, not the beginning.
and Morn goes before me too, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And the Hell Wasp. Pretty much everyone goes before you. You're at the top of the order, I believe. No.
No, I'm at 9.
Yeah. Low goes, then the Hell Wasp, then you.
Oh, okay.
Then Illyria, then Morn.
Oh, wow. Okay.
All right. So I had fun. I had joy. I had Seasons of the Sun.
Goodbye. Come back soon.
I was going to go after the Sturge, but now that you said there's up 50 on top of it, I think it brings it outside of most of my spells ranges.
Hungry little bastards.
The wasp is how fast?
I'm not telling you that.
Nice try, Tom.
I'm gonna make sure I save this map. It saved 3 or 4 times. That was a fun game we had. That was a good one. We're finally building into the meat and potatoes of the storyline. Where
It's fun to have like the combination again of, not just like searching through the city, like we're in the middle of the city and we're about to die and we're coming across devils and demons everywhere. Now it's like you got a chance to actually go and do some random role playing stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, and somebody's about to get impaled in a tree.
Yeah, and now my name is on a tree ready to be impaled. I got a little bit of a plan. I don't know how much of it's going to be good, but we'll see. I'll have to yell it out on my turn.
Yep.
All right.
So, okay. I'm gonna go find out if my wife wants to go to the pool or not.
pool.
Yeah, my pool's open.
God damn, I'm coming.
That would be very expensive.
Expensive.
Yeah, they have a rule right now until we go into phase 3 that guests are not permitted at the pool. So the only exception is if somebody goes and rents there's a daily rental apartment for guests, and once you rent that, then you become a member and you can use the pool.
Are you kidding me?
Are you at the same kind of? You're at the same kind of place that I am.
Well, actually, the pool would be completely shut down if they didn't put the rules on it.
Yeah. Well, no, but I mean, are you at a Hawthorne place?
I don't know. It's Forest at Biltmore. I don't know if it's a Hawthorne or not.
Gotcha. Yeah, because we have the same sort of rule. Like, if you don't live here, you're not allowed to be at the pool. And
Well, like I said, if somebody
Rent
rents
the house?
yeah, we have an apartment too.
What do you pay? 1 day's worth of rent?
it depends on if it's a weekday, weekend, or holiday. Weekday is 120. Weekend is 150, and holiday is 170 per day.
It's basically an Airbnb that we
But-
have
but it is a 3-bedroom apartment
Yeah.
or 2-bedroom apartment. So it's honestly, if you look at hotel rooms, that's not bad for a 2-bedroom apartment.
Oh, you mean you actually get to rent the apartment?
Yes,
Yeah.
Huh.
but renting the apartment for the day or for the night makes you a resident for that time.
Wow. That's crazy.
And it's about the same price as, at least ours is about the same price as getting like a nice hotel room, a comparable hotel room. So
Actually, it's about the same price as we just went for Kim's birthday. We got a 2-bed hotel. They called it a suite because it had a bathroom between the beds with doors, so that it was a 2-bedroom suite. There's nothing else, just 2 beds and a bathroom and a sink in between.
right.
I was very pissed.
Oh.
Oh, I would be.
Yeah, that's kind of rough. But it's like I love the idea of timeshares, but I hate timeshares because they're just expensive and you never actually use them.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Next year, we're going to be looking for 1 or 2 couples to go with us on vacation because we have it's basically kind of like a timeshare, but it's a vacation. 1 week we get like 40% off. So this year we were gonna go and we messed it up because we picked